Every small town has their fair share of local legends. They don't really travel past the borders of the town, and most certainly never end up on the internet. Ironic, considering I'm here telling you this now. But the locals can tell them by heart. I've heard a lot of them in my time as a truck driver, but none of them actually held any truth to them. Except for one. The story of the ghoul. I heard it when I was traveling through South Dakota. I had stopped driving for the night, as I was just too damn tired, and it was so humid out that my windshield started to fog up. I'd ended up in some tiny town called Abarrage, about an hour from Custer and 3 hours from where I needed to drop my shipment. When I say it was tiny, I mean it. There were about 15 buildings total, most of them houses. The remainder were a sole restaurant with a bar attached, one church, and a gas station. I didn't exactly trust the restaurant's quality, but I was starving, so I figured that I'd at least sit at the bar and order some sliders, if they had them. The door jingled as I walked in, and a mostly empty dining room greeted me. There were 3 total people in the building, from what I saw. There was a bartender, a bald, bearded man who immediately gave me a quizzical look. The only other person at the bar was a young woman who was drinking a labelless beer and didn't even turn her head to look at me when I sat down. I was clearly the outlier here. I wasn't exactly welcome, and I felt it. Still, I picked up a menu and tapped the beer I wanted. When I took my first sip, she finally spoke.
"I haven't seen you before."
Her voice was equal parts rough and soothing. I was startled, but I pride myself on being polite, so I turned to face her and tried to make small talk. "I'm not from around here. I'm just passing through."
"I figured. What brings you in here?"
"The appetite of a fucking horse. That's what. I've been on the road for 11 hours. She giggled. She wasn't bad looking, but wasn't exactly my type either, so I hoped she wouldn't confuse my jokes as flirting.
"You're funny."
I turned away for a moment to signal for another beer, then looked back at her. I have my moments, at least. She looked at the bartender as he passed me my second pour, and waited for him to take my order before she signaled to him.
"Rico, should we do it?"
He grunted and walked into the kitchen. She seemed to take that as a yes, and excitedly looked at me.
"We've got a tradition around here. Everyone who drinks at the bar has to tell a story. It's nothing crazy, but we only have 23 people living here, so we're always itching to hear something new."
I'm not a very interesting person, all things considered. You would think I had some crazy stories after traveling around the country, but I really never left the road long enough to see stuff like that. Still, I wanted to try and put on a good show, so I decided to tell them a story about my first time I saw the ocean. As I munched on my onion rings, I tried to make it as fantastical as possible, and admittedly embellished the details a bit. I'd never actually seen a killer whale before, but they didn't need to know that. By the looks of it, the woman was captivated with the story, and sat there the whole time with her chin in her hands and her bright eyes trained on mine. I finished spinning my tale and turned back to face the bar, placing a 20 on the counter as a tip. I was about to say goodbye when the woman halted me, with a slight smirk on her face.
"You got a good speaking voice. Thanks for telling us your story. I want to tell you one too."
I was dead tired, but my manners prevented me from refusing, so I smiled and signaled to her to continue.
"It's the same one I tell everyone who comes through here, because it's the one that sticks with you the longest."
I nearly jumped out of my chair when the bartender finally spoke. It wasn't even directed at me, but it caught me off guard. "The one about the ghoul again?"
Yes, sir. Unless you got a better idea.
He remained silent. She looked at me and began her story. The ghoul was a local ghost story about something that haunted people who passed through the town. It was a long, pale figure that would only speak one word at a time. It would start haunting someone once they heard its story and wouldn't stop until they were dead. I sat there, relatively entertained as she described the ways that the ghoul would make people go missing. But I obviously wasn't buying it.
But you want to know how you can be sure that the ghoul is after you?
How's that?
It makes you see stuff, man. Stuff that isn't really there. It'll make you see it, feel like it's real.
To me, this story just sounded like a bad drug trip, or an excuse to get me to stay in town. I was blinking in and out of consciousness when she finally finished, and decided I'd head back to the motel before she decided that story time would continue. Well, I'm gonna call it a night. You folks have a good one. She stopped smiling, and just blankly stared at me. I got up and walked towards the door, pushing it open with my foot.
Hey, one question before you go.
I sighed and turned around. I just wanted to go to bed. Yeah, what's up?
You can see us, right?
I wasn't sure if I heard her wrong, but what I did hear was a weird-ass question indeed. Who was us? Her and the bartender? Of course I could see them. They were right there. She was starting to creep me out. Yeah. She took a sip of her drink and looked at the bartender before turning back towards me.
Well, good night.
My brow furrowed, and I walked out the door. Whatever was going on with that woman, I wanted no part of it. She'd been pretty nice up until that point, too. I have no idea where all of that suddenly came from. I wasn't exactly in the mood to ponder it further, so I began walking down the street towards the motel. As I walked, I thought about the story she told me. Why was that the story she told to people who passed through town? Some sort of scare you into staying tactic like I guessed, maybe. I wasn't sure. I unlocked the door to my room, and after brushing my teeth, I tucked in for the night. I woke up to a knock at the door. I rubbed my eyes and groaned. I didn't feel well rested at all. I rolled over and grabbed my phone off the bedside table, squinting as the bright light hit my eyes. It was 3 o'clock in the morning. What someone could want at this hour, I had no idea, but I wasn't about to entertain it. I put my phone back and shut my eyes, hoping that whoever was there would go away. The second knock jolted out whatever grogginess I had left in my system. It was much louder than the last one, like someone had slapped the palm of their hand onto the door. I jumped out of the bed and laid on the floor, hoping that they wouldn't try the handle. I had to get to the door and lay against it. Whatever unsavory character was trying to open it was still pounding, and I didn't have the confidence that the shitty motel would hold. I crawled on my hands and knees to the other side of the room, and as my bare back pressed against the cool, scratched wood, the pounding suddenly stopped. I was horrified that I would hear the handle turn, or feel the door give out from behind me after a kick. But none of that happened. Instead, I heard shuffling from behind the door, which gave way to a single word, breaking the silence.
Open.
It was no louder than a whisper, but in the deafening silence I heard it clearly. My heart sank, and I tried to process what I just heard. It didn't sound like anyone I knew, obviously, but it also didn't really sound either male or female. I tried my best not to move and held my breath.
Please, open.
Every hushed word pumped a dose of adrenaline directly into my system. Whoever was out there was either sincerely in need of help or trying to coax me to open the door so they could do God knows what. I had to stay put. If I went to grab my phone, I was afraid that the door would fly open and I'd have to face whoever it was. I sat there for what felt like hours. As I was starting to fall asleep again, I heard footsteps walking away from the door. I inched away from the door as they got quieter and was almost at the bedside table when I looked up. The bathroom door, which was open before I went to bed, was now closed. I froze, unsure of what to do. When the pounding started from the other side of that door, I shot up, grabbed my phone and keys, and sprinted towards the bedroom door. As I flung the door open, I heard heavy footsteps not far behind me, along with the familiar voice.
No.
It kept repeating it so calmly, following behind me. I bolted down the stairs, running through the parking lot towards my truck. As I jumped into the driver's seat, I felt something hit the door, but I didn't want to turn. I didn't want to look. But I did. Standing outside of my door was a twisted face. The eyes were the size of baseballs and were peeled open, fixed directly on me. The mouth hung open, as if the jaw couldn't close at all. It didn't have a nose or ears or any features on its face. We sat looking at each other for what was most likely seconds, but it may as well have been eons. Without moving its gaping mouth, it spoke.
See me.
By this point, I'd pieced together what was happening and jammed the keys into the ignition. I floored it onto the road and didn't breathe until the town was nothing but a faint light in the distance. I was exhausted and could barely keep my eyes open. I yawned and slapped myself on the cheek in an attempt to wake myself up, but could feel myself drifting off. But I was feeling something else too. A sense of dread right in the pit of my stomach. Taking my eyes off the road, I cautiously turned my head to the left. It was still there. Its head was directly centered in my window now, smiling at me. I swallowed the urge to scream and looked back at the road. It couldn't get in and couldn't affect me if I didn't look at it. But what it could do was talk, in its low, haunting voice, punctuated with guttural growling.
You see me.
It repeated that for hours. I'd almost forgotten what silence was like by the time the sun rose. As the dawn broke and the light began to fill my eyes once again, it went quiet, and only the sound of my tires traversing the bumpy road remained. I looked to the left and saw trees through my window. Nothing was blocking it anymore. I arrived in Dupree shortly after, and didn't even help the factory workers unload the shipment. I just sat in the driver's seat, smoking a cigarette and thinking to myself. When someone knocked on my window, I nearly had a heart attack. It was the factory supervisor, who I had called to sign off on the product. "You doing okay? Couple of my guys said you didn't look so hot." I cleared my throat and put my cigarette out in the ashtray. I looked over at him and managed a smile. "Yeah, I'm all right. Long night, though. Barely got any sleep. Had to leave at 3 a.m. 3 in the morning? How far away were you that you just now got here?" I opened the door and stepped out onto the gravel, holding my clipboard. It felt good to make small talk after what I'd been through. I was up in Abarrage. Odd little town for sure. Abarrage? I've never heard of it. I looked at him, expecting him to be kidding. His brow furrowed, and he looked concerned for me, if anything. I pulled out my phone and showed him my delivery tracking app, which had marked where I'd stopped for the night. It's right about here. He looked away from the phone, and then at me, with serious concern on his face now. I've been hunting out there. There's nothing there but woods for miles. All the doors in my house have been removed from the hinges, not counting the entrance because that one is safe. I carry a doorstop with me at all times. When people ask me why I can't be around closed doors, I tell them it's crippling fear from an unprocessed trauma. In a sense, I'm not lying, but it's far from the truth. We carry so many heavy things on our conscience that it becomes part of our persona. Life without that burden is impossible to imagine, but there comes a point in life when we have to drop the dead weight. Some people are lucky enough to do it early. Those people get to experience life to the fullest without that looming dark cloud. Others, like me, hold on to their shackles because there's beauty in the pain. Because without it, we would be stripped of everything familiar, and we wouldn't even know who we are anymore. I hope what I'm about to share will bring me a semblance of closure I've been seeking all these years. 20 years earlier, my dad got a job offer that forced our family to move to Woodbury, Oregon. For a teenager accustomed to the vibrant city life of Portland, this was a jarring shift. I was too young and too absorbed in my own world in order to appreciate the vast expanse of firs and pines cascading over the rolling hills the tranquility nature's embrace offered, and the warmth and camaraderie of small communities. I still remember how hot that May morning was when we arrived in front of our new home. I recall my parents marveling at the house, talking about life in the town with optimism. Some neighbors had come by to introduce themselves to my parents, and just like every bitter teen, I entered the house and climbed upstairs into what I hoped would become my room once we settled. For the next 15 minutes, the reality of my new life was starting to dawn on me with a crushing weight. With no proper way to keep in touch, it wouldn't be long before my friends forget about me. That's life, I guess. When we're young, every upheaval feels like the end of the world. If only we knew back then how easy we had it. Friendships blossomed from shared glances, cool toys, or the coincidence of being in the same place. As we grow older, those friendships transform into something with layers of depth. It's no longer just about having fun in the moment. It's about existential crises and finding answers to life's big questions. That is where paths often diverge. At that crossroads where the broad meets the specific, we often come to a realization that it's not always a falling out that ends friendships. More often than not, it's the steady march of life pulling us apart. Sometimes, people change. That brings me back to Woodbury. My contemplation was interrupted when my mom called me downstairs to meet the new neighbors. Grouching, I stamped to the front door, expecting an elderly woman carrying a tray of mint cookies or a married couple from across the street flashing taut grins. Instead, I was met with a boy and a girl my age. An unexpected surprise.
Hi,
The girl said.
I'm Nicole.
She was a pretty thing. Big, ocean-colored eyes. That was the first thing I noticed about her. Short and with ginger hair tied into a ponytail. The way she incessantly stared at me in fascination suggested that new faces in the neighborhood were a novelty. The lanky boy next to her might have shared in her enthusiasm, but the long bangs partially covering his face made it difficult to tell. His back slouched, perhaps to reach the pockets of the sagging pants his hands were buried into. And when he spoke up, he did so with a deep and resonant voice that belied his slender frame.
Hey, I'm James. We live nearby.
He hooked a thumb in a general direction down the street. For a moment, he straightened his back and squared his shoulders, as if following an echo of a reminder, perhaps an adult reprimanding him for his improper posture. Hi. That was all I could manage. I didn't like those pair of eyes plastered to me. I felt like an animal at the zoo, there for entertainment of these two visitors. My mom must have sensed my hesitation because she put a hand on my shoulder and did the introduction for me.
This is Chris. We just moved here from Portland.
Heat rushed into my face. I felt embarrassed in front of the two people that could potentially become my new and possibly only friends in Woodbury. And my tongue refused to cooperate.
Cool.
James said.
Nice to meet you.
Nicole smiled. When she did so, she revealed a row of crooked teeth, crooked in a cute way. Even with my dad talking to the neighbor that awfully resembled a typical suburban dad as the background noise, the silence that stretched between me, Nicole, and James was awkward. Eventually, it was Nicole who broke the silence.
We were going to go down this trail just outside the neighborhood. There's a cool hangout spot. Want to come?
My initial instinct was to look at my mom for approval, but I resisted it, because I didn't want to score any extra negative points in the first impression. Sure, fuck it, let's do it, I said in a rare display of profanity in front of her. I then looked at her. The round of chiding I expected for the cussing didn't come, but I could see her lips tightening into an ephemeral grimace. Just enough to tell me, "You're lucky your friends are here."
Be home by dinner,
she said instead. James pulled his hands out of his pockets and led the way. He took long, stork-like steps, dragging his already dirty pant legs across the ground. I remember thinking how my mom never would have allowed me to ruin a pair of pants like that just for the sake of looking cool. But I also envied James for that apparent freedom. For the first few minutes of walking, we didn't speak, and the air was tense with that silence, as if all three of us were thinking of how to start a conversation without being too corny about it. So, what's life like here? By the time I realized how stupid that question sounded, the words had already left my mouth.
Boring,
Nicole said.
It has its perks.
James said. I thought everybody wanted to leave this small town eventually. I raised an eyebrow. Move somewhere bigger?
Everyone normal.
Nicole said.
I can't wait to graduate and leave this shithole.
Where do you plan to go? I asked.
I don't know. Somewhere big. A place where nobody would know me. where I could make a fool of myself in a crowded place and not worry about the whole town knowing about it for the rest of my life.
It sounded as if Nicole was speaking from experience, either hers or someone else's.
Oh, come on. Woodbury's not like that,
said James. Nicole gave him a look.
Ms. Coates is still known as the Cat Lady.
So?
She's been dead for 20 years.
It's a pretty distinct title.
Well, it wouldn't be in a big city. Over there, you could do whatever you want and be whatever you want, and no one would even look in your direction. And you know why? Because people don't care over there. They have their own busy lives, and there are far too many cat ladies for them to pay attention. Right, Chris?
She spun, waiting for me to chime in. I couldn't really tell because Nicole was giving me a perspective on something I had known all my life. To someone who believed since early childhood the sky was blue, anything opposite seemed outlandish. I had grown up in a city, and that made me desensitized to the benefits of privacy and opportunity it offered.
Living in a small town, it has its perks.
James repeated.
Oh yeah? Name some.
Nicole insisted.
There's safety in it. You know everyone, and everyone knows you. You know you can count on your neighbors. It's a real community, not a traffic jam rat maze packed with people who are dead inside, slaving away from the morning to dusk for their corporate overlords.
Would you rather work at the local movie theater for the rest of your life?
I'd rather trade the extra money for some peace and quiet. I mean, listen.
He stopped and raised a finger. Nicole and I stopped abruptly, too.
You hear that?
Gentle swaying of trees in the wind. In the distance, the migration of a car's engine. Chirp from the canopies. I had never lived in a neighborhood as serene as this one. Police and ambulance sirens were my lullabies and white noise. This silence was unnerving. It carried too much emptiness, too much room for pondering. I assumed that the abysmal vacuum would only amplify with the arrival of night, especially in the quiet hours while trying to sleep. That was when the body relaxed and the mind went to work, filling the blanks with a compilation of all the embarrassing moments that made us question our competence as a human being. It's too quiet. How do people even fall asleep when it's like this? I asked.
You'll get used to it after a while,
said James. If it meant I would be lulled into this monotony of a life, then I didn't want to get used to it. We continued walking to the edge of the woods, presumably marking the border of the neighborhood. I looked back toward my new house. I could still see my dad in front, but as a distant, imperceptible figure.
Oh, you coming?
I turned my head toward them to see them standing at the beginning of the trail. Where are we going? I asked.
It's a cool hangout spot. You'll see,
Nicole said. She must have noticed my reluctance, because she said,
We'll get you home before dinner. Promise.
Another pang of embarrassment, which I promptly suppressed. I had already made a decision that I wanted to be a part of James and Nicole's gang, and for that to happen, I had to be cool, not lame. The trail meandered between encroaching trees, their dense foliage forming a natural parasol above us. Dry branches cracked under our shoes, the echo sharp and satisfying in the stillness of the air. Occasionally, something small skittered through the underbrush. It was an entirely different world here. Quiet, but not in the same way. The farther we treaded, the more apparent that became, because this wasn't a typical trail used for hiking. There were no signs of frequent activities here, just the thin, battered path we followed in between the weaving trees. This forest belonged to the teens, not the adults. It was our domain, sanctuary away from prying eyes where we were the rulers. I said we because I already felt like I was a part of the inner sanctum Nicole and James had formed. At some point, James stopped. He pointed off the trail to his left and said,
This way.
"Where are we going?" I asked again, a flicker of uncertainty urging me to go back.
It's cooler if we show you,
said Nicole. She gestured to a rock sitting in the grass.
This is the first landmark. Remember it.
She was talking like I would be coming here more often. In that moment, I knew I would. If not for the repose this place offered, then for Nicole. If those blue eyes weren't enough to convince me, then her smile was. Never underestimate a teenager's hormones. We trekked through the tall stalks of grass for a few minutes until we reached a clearing. In the midst of the ground stood an opening descending into inky blackness. "What's that?" I asked. James was already descending the ladder attached to the hole. Nicole gave me a reassuring look.
It'll be worth it. Trust me.
She went down next. Left alone in the open sky, I approached the aperture and peered down. I could just vaguely make out two silhouettes shifting in the darkness.
Come on.
James's voice came out as tinny. I put my foot on the first rung. The ladder squealed in protest. The whole thing was rusted, jangled with each step I took, the reek of an imminent injury, or worse, looming right above me, gnawing at the nape of my neck. Pretty soon, I was plunged into darkness. All I had as orientation was the daylight that poured in from above. Daring to look down, thick darkness seemed to congeal at my feet.
You're almost here,
Nicole said from below, her voice sounding both close and far at the same time. It was the boost I needed. My eyes adjusted to the dark by the time I reached the bottom. When my feet touched the slick surface of the ground, I said a silent prayer for not slipping and breaking my ankle. Nicole was staring at me with a complacent smile. James, on the other hand, was fiddling with something by a wall I couldn't see. Moments later, a spear of light cut through the darkness. He swept the flashlight directly across my eyes, momentarily blinding me.
This way,
he said, bounding down the tunnel, which I hadn't seen was there until then. Wow, I said. My voice sounded amplified in the enclosed space. Giving the familiar daylight above me one final glance, I went after my companions through the tunnel. My shoes splashed across the shallow puddles. Twice I held out a hand for support on the nearby wall, only to have my fingers come off slick with grime. My trepidation was kept in check by my fascination with this place. How often does a teen get to explore a tunnel? "Does anyone else know about this place?" I asked.
Nope, just me and Nicole,
James said from the front. "I'm amazed no one has discovered this yet." Both Nicole and James became just an octave quiet, and it was then that I knew I had said something I shouldn't have. Nicole craned her neck toward me.
We had a friend. He's the one who discovered this place.
"What happened to him?" I asked, even though I knew I shouldn't have. A moment of pause lingered between us, as if Nicole and James were trying to decide who should be the one to tell me.
He left Woodbury. I think his parents got like a new job or something.
There was resentment in his voice, maybe even anger toward that unnamed friend. Nicole's demeanor, on the other hand, betrayed. Was it hurt? "Didn't he tell you why he needed to leave?" I asked.
It all happened in a hurry.
Hey, it doesn't matter. Andrew's gone, but we're still here,
James said, but the pitch of his voice was just a little too high. We must have been walking for 20 minutes before we reached another ladder. This one ascended into blackness. James climbed first. Nicole and I watched the cone of his flashlight bobbing farther and farther up. When he was at the top, a loud metallic groan shrieked through the air. Then James pointed his light down and said,
Okay.
You want to go first?
I nodded. The ladder was firmer in place, albeit equally rusty, and with a missing rung that James had warned me about just before I missed the invisible step. When I reached the top, he helped hoist me up. He harbored a lot of strength for someone as bony. Thanks, I said. Nicole joined in seconds later. I took in my surroundings. The first thing I became too aware of was the sour smell that came with old places. Swaths of old, faded wallpaper peeled to reveal plaster. Cobweb clung to the corners of the ceiling. Wherever sunlight peered through the cracks, dust gyrated in erratic manner. "Where are we?" I asked.
It's an abandoned house.
He bent down and closed the hatch. The hinges produced another ancient caterwaul before the lid slammed shut. James turned off the flashlight. Despite the boarded-up windows, there was sufficient light to navigate the house without a torch.
Come on. We'll give you a tour around the place,
said Nicole. The rest of the house was in an equally ramshackle state. Heavy patinas of dust clung to furniture, tables, banisters, shelves, and other surfaces, a testament of their abandonment. In places, the wood flooring had risen, sloping bumps slanting and toppling furniture. Doors were left ajar, perpetually stuck by the floor that stopped them from moving. On the lower floor, a living room sprawled in grandeur, its walls adorned with framed pictures of nature. A broken TV sat like a forgotten relic, an antique coffee table in front of it, marred by time. The kitchen floor, once pristine linoleum, now betrayed its age with the edges that curled like corners of an old map. James and Nicole led me upstairs. The trail of swept dust showed which parts of the house they used frequently. We just briefly peered into an office where a formidable oak desk dominated with its presence. Behind it, the shelves stacked with tattered books whistled their neglect. The bedroom revealed a concave floor. We were about to turn into a room on the left, when I noticed a closed door at the end of the corridor. It was the obtrusive manner in which it stood that caught my attention. A simple, sturdy door, beckoning me to come closer, twist the knob, and discover the secrets within. "Hey, what's over there?" I asked.
Oh.
Nicole gave it an aloof glance.
We'll get to that later. Come on.
I couldn't pry my gaze away from that door. A gravitational force pulled my consciousness toward it, strumming the strings of curiosity in my head. The corners of my vision narrowed, hyper-focusing on that door, and somehow, I felt myself drawing nearer to it. So near that I could see the round knob. I could feel the cold of it in my hand, could sense the resistance it offered as I twisted.
Chris.
James's voice snapped my attention back to the real world. I was still rooted to the spot where I had stood, next to the empty room. Ignoring the closed door at the end of the corridor, we entered the empty room. But at a vaguely conscious level, I could hear the door calling to me. Bottles and cans of beer, crushed cigarette packs, and candy wrappers littered the floor. I approached the window and peered outside. Tall grass surrounded the house. From what I could tell from the other windows, there was no good way to approach the property. That, coupled with the fact that the house was in the middle of the woods, made for a perfect refuge for rebellious teens. "Okay, not gonna lie, this is pretty cool," I said.
Right?
We often come here to chill out after school.
Whose house even is this? James shrugged.
Who the fuck knows? It's been here longer than we have.
I spun to scan the room. A Polaroid was tacked to the wall. Curious, I inspected it. A young man with a stuck-out tongue held one arm around Nicole, the other around James, who presumably held the camera to take the picture of them. Nicole was laughing, drawn close by the man's embrace. "Is that him?" I asked.
Yeah,
There was a hint of somberness in Nicole's voice.
that's Andrew.
The fingers of the hand which he had around Nicole were adorned with garish rings. I noted a skull on his ring finger, the rest were indiscernible. It was a timeless moment that would never repeat. 3 friends, oblivious to the past or the future, just living in the moment for that rush of dopamine that each other's presence gave them. Looking at the picture made me sad on Nicole and James's behalf. There were still too many unspoken things about Andrew, things they weren't ready to share. The despondency that suddenly appeared in the air alluded to that. "So, the house, you said no one else knows about it?" I asked.
Nope. And speaking of that, now that you do know about it, it means you're part of our gang, whether you like it or not.
Before the warmth of welcoming could snuggle up to my chest properly, James said,
And being part of our own gang means you need to follow a few strict rules.
They were both staring at me, waiting for my approval so they could recite the terms and conditions. I nodded once.
Rule number 1. You never tell anyone about this place. Never.
James said.
You can come here all you like with us, or alone, but you never ever show it to anyone.
Why?
Because word's going to spread, and that means this entire house is going to become like this room.
He gestured to the trash. Fair enough, I said.
That brings me to rule number 2. This is the hangout room. No trash in the rest of the house. Got it?
Another nod.
And rule number 3.
He paused and probed me with his gaze. My eyes fitted from James to Nicole. They both had the most grievous looks on their faces. "What?" I asked.
We don't ever open that door,
said James. The flat tone made me think they were playing with me. I let out a chuckle, but it was dry, unconvincing. They didn't laugh. "You're serious?"
Yes,
said Nicole, confirming James's rule.
we don't ever open that door.
"Why?
We just don't.
What's behind it?"
We don't know. It's been closed ever since Andrew found it. He's the one who made the rule. We're just following the original laws.
I scratched my head. "Don't you think he might have been messing with you?" I tried to evoke laughter out of them. It didn't work, because there was nothing humorous about this situation, apparently.
We're serious, Chris. That's the most important rule. We can tolerate breaking rules 1 and 2 in some rare cases, but 3 will get you an instant ban from this place.
Permanently.
James added. I didn't understand what the fuss was all about, nor did I care too much about it at that moment, because the mystery of the door was overshadowed by the excitement of finding an underground tunnel leading to an abandoned house in the middle of the forest. "Okay, deal," I said, because not opening the door was a small price to pay to be in the cool kids club. Over the next few months, I adjusted to my life in Woodbury. I started going to school, met some friends, but I mostly hung out with James and Nicole. Every day after school, we would go to the house and stay there sometimes until late evening. The house breathed a different aura with the fall of night. The exterior grew in volume. but the house itself seemed to sink into slumber. At moments, it felt wrong to speak too loudly so as to not disturb the silence that permeated the air. Other times, I felt like we could scream at the top of our lungs and no one would bother to shut us up. That unbridled freedom was refreshing for someone living under the tyranny of their parents. Only one thing remained constant and unchanged about the house. The door at the end of the hallway stood stalwart, an inanimate object that fluctuated with strange sentience in moments of utter silence. While inside the house, we would have fun, and then out of nowhere, the mood would seem to drop. Just for a second. Always just for a second. Enough for all three of us to share a silent glance, but never voice what that viciousness in the air meant. In those moments, my mind would inadvertently be drawn to the door with unrestrained curiosity. A nagging voice would rationalize why it was okay to open the door, that there was nothing there, that we were elevating our own temptation and giving that room more power than it had. But then, that inkling would disappear just as quickly as it had arrived, and we would go back to talking and laughing. I learned a lot about my friends. James's dad wanted him to take over his car repair shop, but he wasn't interested in cars. He wanted to become a video game developer someday. People are going to work remotely in the future, he kept saying. We were all going to have computers at home, he said. Nicole and I had a lot of fun taking jabs at him for that. Once, Nicole opened up. I learned that there was a lot more to her than the jovial mask she put on her face. She came from a troubled family. Her mom left when she was young, and her dad hardly paid attention to her, unless he needed her to fetch him a beer. For her, home was hell, so she sought an escape at school and at the abandoned house. The house was the only place where she could truly be herself, she said. She often mentioned Andrew. There was a sort of melancholy to her words, but also fondness. At times she spoke about him highly, an embalmed description that couldn't possibly be true. Other times, the underlying grudge toward his disappearance became obvious. I never asked if the two of them had been more than just friends. I just sort of put two and two together. After all, people don't reveal the most about themselves through their storytelling. They reveal it between lines of seemingly innocent sentences. And sometimes, when she didn't know I was looking, she would assume this pensive gaze when she was staring at the group photo on the wall, like she was trying hard to remember something from the past, something that would shed light on a mystery that kept plaguing her mind. Or perhaps she was simply reminiscing the good times with bittersweet dejection. Either way, that scarring made her more beautiful in my eyes. It made me see past the superficial beauty, past the ossified shell she'd erected around herself, and made me appreciate her more for who she was. All our lives, we are told to strive for perfection. But in truth, it's the flaws that make us beautiful. Those imperfections tell the story of our resilience in the face of adversity. Each blemish is a testament of our strength, a crack from which something beautiful can blossom. I remember it clearly. It was a cold September night when it all changed. I remember it because it was the last time I ever felt truly happy before my innocence was irrevocably stripped away. Nicole, James, and I had been chilling in the room designated for trash, just as we had been for the past few months. We had been drinking a little more than we planned. I wasn't drunk, but I was past the point of no return about managing to convince my parents I was sober. With that in mind, I figured I might as well go the extra mile. I don't remember what conversations we were having. That's what bothers me the most. For the past 20 years, I've been trying to recall in an attempt to regain a semblance of that innocence I had lost, but it just wasn't coming to me. People usually remember the endings the most vividly, don't they? So why couldn't I remember? Because that wasn't the ending for me. It was only about to come. I can't remember what we had been laughing about, but what I do remember is Nicole stopping, as if a foreign thought had just occurred to her.
I miss Andrew,
she said. Both James and I went quiet, because we both knew we had reached a new milestone in our friendship with Nicole. She'd never dared to voice her emotions toward Andrew up until then, to open up about the scar that obviously hadn't healed even after all this time. But the booze must have been loosening her tongue. We, as humans, don't deal well with mysteries. We need to believe there's a reason for everything in life. That God is cruel. That the universe has a plan for us. That it's fate. Destiny. Anything but the infinity of question marks looming millions of light years away. And yet staying in the vicinity for us to wonder.
Me too,
James said, because what more was there to say? I looked down at the bottle of beer in my hand, spun it absent-mindedly. The remainder of the liquid sloshed inside. When I looked up at Nicole, her gaze was glued to the photo on the wall. She must have noticed me watching her, because she straightened her back and brushed the whole thing off in a smile.
Sorry. I didn't mean to kill the mood,
she said.
No, you didn't.
Both James and I said, but I doubt we sounded convincing to Nicole. Her eyes begged for a warm touch, a shoulder to cry on. I wanted to scoot up to her, embrace her in a tight hug, stroke her back, tell her everything was going to be okay. But I couldn't know that, could I? As I stood there weighing whether to make the bold move of comforting her, she hopped up to her feet.
I'm gonna go use the bathroom. Be right back.
The moment had passed. I could be wrong, but I thought I detected a glint in her eyes. Before I could take a better look, she bolted out of the room with stampeding footsteps. James and I sat in silence. Then, I excused myself to go to the bathroom too. I still can't remember to this day whether I had intended on going after Nicole or using the bathroom. I like to think it was the former. It's easier to deal with my cowardice that way. As I exited into the corridor, I felt that familiar burning shame that had enveloped me on the first day when I met Nicole and James. Something screamed at me to go after her, to get close to her like I wanted to, and perhaps if I had, everything in my life would have gone differently. But that voice was quickly drowned out by something that bubbled from the lowest depths of my consciousness to a boiling point. My gaze was inexplicably drawn to the door at the end of the hallway, but it was a futile fight against the river currents. Maybe it was the alcohol that sapped my willpower. Maybe I was just fed up with curiosity. All I knew was my feet were moving on their own toward the door. Each step I took felt like sinking deeper and deeper into muck I would not be able to get out of. This was the closest I had been to the door, and the farthest to safety. I somehow knew that on an unconscious level, but my body was doing nothing to stop it. Then, I was in front of the door, staring down at the brass knob, my hand languidly hovering in front of it. Then my fingers closed around it. Something inside me screamed, but once again, I was powerless to stop it. And then, with a motion that felt like it lasted for an eternity, I twisted the knob. And twisted. And twisted. Behind me I heard a scream. An effeminate no or don't. I couldn't tell. By then, the door was swinging inward. A squeak that had not been heard in perhaps decades revealed darkness beyond the threshold. A patter of footsteps ran up to me. Before I knew what was going on, firm hands clutched my shoulders, shaking me violently. I vaguely registered James yelling so loudly that spittle flew in my face, but I didn't hear anything he said. I couldn't pry my eyes away from the dark room, because something in there had caught my attention. An effervescent sound that caused James to shut up. A shuffle. A moan. It was a sewage-like sound. Something that would come from someone with a tube stuck down their throat. The solitary noise was joined by an orchestra of similar sounds, swelling from the darkness to a crescendo. I must have backpedaled from the door, because I suddenly realized I was standing farther away from it than James. I stared with an unblinking gaze at that rolling darkness, waiting for the source of the noise to come into light. And then it did. From the murky abyss, a hand emerged, masculine with thick fingers and a forearm cloaked in coarse hair. It gripped the edge of the doorframe, fingers straining until the tips turned white. Then another hand, this one near the bottom. My mind struggled to comprehend the abject horror unfolding in front of me. And then, a taut wall of skin filled the doorframe, pressed against it, occupying the entire length. Countless eyes darted in every direction, never settling, ravenously exploring the space beyond their confinement. Mouths twisted in every conceivable direction, horizontal, vertical, slanted, moved like fish out of water, uttering no words, only emitting those dreadful sounds of agony. Hands groped the air, fingers constricting and extending too stiffly, like joints that hadn't been used in a long time. The fleshy abomination couldn't fit through the door, but it was persisting nonetheless. The hands pulled its colossal form in vain. The entire time, James was standing there, staring in awe. The panic that had been inflating in my chest had finally unspooled, and I let out a cry at the top of my lungs. James! By then it was already too late. A hand that had been seemingly flailing in the air without a purpose gripped James by the wrist. His eyes grew wide just in time when fingers groped him, tugging at his hair, his shirt, ankles. He didn't scream, even when the hands reeled him onto the flesh wall. His shoulders twitched with a futile effort to break free of their vice-like grip, but it was no use. His mouth opened, the muscles in his neck strained with a scream that was drowned out by the moans that now filled the entirety of the corridor. In a last desperate attempt, James's eyes locked with mine, a silent plea to help. Please, God, help. But even as I contemplated between the act of heroism and flight, that abhorrent thing was spilling out, shaping itself around the doorframe and the wall. I couldn't stand to look at James's expression of utter fear mixed with judgment. This was all too much for me to handle. I spun on my heel and jackknifed into a dash. I bounded down the stairs, skipping 2 at a time, almost tripping along the way. At the bottom, I bumped into Nicole hard.
What gives?
She asked. We gotta go. I think I managed to say that, or at least I tried to. More likely than not, the words that left my mouth were a garbled string of caveman sounds. She narrowed her eyes at me, then looked upstairs.
Where's James?
I could see the intention in her eyes. Before she took a step up, I grabbed her by the wrist. No, don't. Don't go there. We have to. A moan erupted at the top of the stairs. Too close. Too fast. Nicole looked at me with a quizzical expression, then up. She jerked her hand free and ran upstairs, screaming James's name. She stopped a few steps short of reaching the upper floor. The fight drained from her. From here, I could see the shape of that thing, bloating with each pulse, devouring the space of the house. I would never know what went through Nicole's mind as she stared at those hands inching closer to her. Disbelief, horror. By the time she broke out of her stupor, the thing was close. Far too close. Nicole screamed, spun around, but she didn't make it more than a step forward before face planting the stairs. A hand latched onto her ankle, another on her calf. For a moment she was dazed, but when she realized what was going on, she let out a shrill cry. It didn't matter that she clawed at the steps. It didn't matter that she cried and screamed please over and over as the flesh embraced her in a motherly hug. It didn't matter that she looked at me with the same pleading eyes as James. In the end, I was a coward. I ran. I ran into the room with the hatch, threw it open, started down the ladder, and closed the entrance above me just in time to see the indeterminate light at the stairs blotted out, followed by a scream, this one feminine but muffled. The sound of a person gagging. A familiar sound that would haunt me for many nights in the years to come. I descended the ladder too fast and ended up slipping and falling down the last few rungs. If I hurt myself, then the adrenaline that poured into my bloodstream like liquid concrete prevented me from feeling it. I stumbled through the dark tunnel, blind, disoriented, my panting breaths echoing back. That thing was right above me. I could sense it. Even through the walls, I could sense those numerous eyes boring into me, following me voraciously. I didn't stop when I reached the other side of the tunnel. I didn't stop when I climbed out just in time to hear a distant, winding scream that trailed from the other end of the tunnel to me. Only when my lungs felt like they were on fire and my legs full of lead, and when the acidic bile climbed up my throat did I reach a halt. I leaned on my knees, vomited 2 projectiles of puke, my knees threatening to buckle under my weight. By then, I could no longer sense that thing from the house. I stumbled the rest of the way home. My mom was in the living room, awake and ready to give me a round of scolding. It didn't take her long to notice something was wrong. And by then, I had broken down crying. The police were called. They didn't manage to string too much coherence out of me, just the location I pointed them to. Less than an hour later, they returned to let me know that the tunnel I was referring to had completely caved, making traversal impossible. It looked like it had been like that for a while. There was no house in the woods anywhere close to Woodbury, according to them. I was the prime suspect for a while, but with insufficient evidence to convict me, I walked free. My stories dismissed as the ravings of a deranged teenager. By then, Woodbury was clad in a veil of black. The rescue had turned into a body recovery, and then ultimately ceased entirely. The perkiness in the streets was gone. Memorials and tributes were erected all over Woodbury. The hauntingly happy faces of Nicole and James staring at me wherever I went. I became the black sheep of the town. Everyone stared at me with hateful eyes, but never actually said anything aloud. That suggestive nature was driving me crazy. Sometimes I wished they would come out and point fingers at me, punch me in the face, call me a murderer. Because that's what I am. It didn't matter that I didn't deliver the killing blow. My parents weren't spared of the shunning either. Not long after that, we moved back to Portland with our tails between our legs. As far as Woodbury folks were concerned, good riddance. My parents never looked at me the same way. They tried to believe me. They really did. But the human mind can bend to adapt to the illogical only to a certain extent. If they weren't looking at me like I was a criminal, there was pity in their eyes. I don't know which I hated more. Years later, I tried various methods of therapy to get to the bottom of what happened that night, without any actual results. No one could solve my problem because no one believed me. Meds didn't help, and the glowers I earned from both experts and people I tried to make friends with helped me learn that it was better to not open up about my trauma at all. I haven't been able to look at a door the same way since. No matter how hard I try to forget, that night follows me everywhere I go. A subtle reminder that invokes all the memories, forcing me to relive them all over again, sometimes with terrifying vividness. Lately, I've been hearing it a lot, in the quietest hours just before I drift to sleep. The tortured sound that jolts me wide awake in cold perspiration. Sometimes it's that moan. Sometimes it's an agonizingly familiar scream pushed to the forefront of the fleshy mass. A taunting gesture to remind me of my cowardice. Sometimes it's a conglomerate of voices all screaming in their own individual suffering. Whatever was trapped in that house has finally reached me. I ran that night. I've been running since. But I'm tired of running. Nicole and James are coming after me, and I can feel their unfiltered drive for revenge, fueled by the colossal hatred of the countless bodies trapped in the amalgamation. As I dream, I can see that wall of skin. It's encompassing the entire world, surrounding me in every direction. Nicole and James's face are on that architecture of flesh. They're stretched to impossible lengths, staring at me, screaming at me with the anguish of people suffering for an eternity. Hands are reaching toward me, hungrily clawing at the air for their next prey. Just before the fingers graze my face and I wake up, I see what I saw that night at the house just before closing the hatch. A glimpse of a skull-shaped ring digging into the constricted finger. Maybe they're together now, in some kind of twisted unison. Maybe they've become one. Maybe that's the only way for me to be accepted. Sensory overload. That's the best description I can come up with. The moment I stepped into David's basement, I was hit by a wall of static noise, flickering seizure-inducing flashes of gray and white, and a howling high-pitched wail. The only thing keeping me from slamming the door shut and legging it was the harrowing sight of David, a maniacal grin resting on his grotesquely raw-boned visage. I guess the shock of his sickening appearance paralyzed me long enough to remember the $5,000 he'd promised me. "Woods!" he yelled, jumping up and down bizarrely. "Get in here!" Stupefied by the surreal nature of it all, I found myself unable to move, let alone string together coherent thoughts. David kept spasming back and forth to the erratic flashes and discordant static buzz, half naked and quite obviously on something. When he noticed me, edging away nervously, a look of realization manifested on his face, and he quickly grabbed a remote, shutting down the madness. "Sorry about that," he said, staring at me fixedly. "It helps me focus." "Focus?" I asked, trying my best to avoid his incredibly unnerving gaze. Yeah, he said energetically. "Look, I'll explain. Just come inside. The walls have ears, eyes too, and faces. But I'm more worried about the ears." I shuffled inside the dim basement room cautiously. He was, how do I put it, in a state. I hadn't seen him in a month or so, and I was taken aback by the extreme deterioration he'd undergone. It wasn't just that he was skinny, because he was, but it was like the bones underneath were protruding through the pale skin. Man, he said, lighting a cigarette. "Do I have something for you?" He slumped down in what I assumed was a chair, now camouflaged under a pile of assorted clothes, grinning widely. I quietly scanned the place for any illicit shit, but even if it had been right out in the open, I doubt I would have been able to spot it. The place was in a state of complete disarray, like he'd gone full-on berserk in there or something. "Look," I swallowed deeply. "I don't know what you've gotten yourself into, but I shouldn't even be here." He threw his head back and laughed. "It's cool, man. Cool. I'm good, brother. Can't you see that? Better than ever. Fucking A-okay. And you can be too." He grabbed something from under the pile of clothes and held it up. It was a small cylindrical vial containing some vaguely blackish liquid and signaled for me to take it. I shook my head and took a step back. "No fucking way. What is that shit?" He started laughing again, but it gradually turned into uncontrollable coughing instead. I watched in horror as he more or less vomited up a disgusting glob of thick mucousy liquid, the slimy substance slowly dripping down to his chest. "It's the signal, brother," he said, wiping remnants of the green-brown mucus from his mouth. "It can't be explained, but it's all you'll ever need. I swear, man, it's like eating the flesh of an angel or something. Fucking out of this world." "I don't know, man," I said, eyeing him with concern. "You don't look so good. You sure you don't need help? Some people tell me that I need help," he sang, winking at me expectedly. "Some people can fuck off and go to hell." I laughed. "All right, I trust you. But this shit is all backwards, isn't it?" "What do you mean?" he asked, shaking the vial erratically, the contents swirling hypnotically within. "Well, I should be paying you, not the other way around." He threw me the vial. "Consider it a drug trial or something. Very off the fucking books, though. Can't say shit to anyone. That's why it's gotta be you, Woods. I can't trust just anyone with this. These people don't fuck around. And the 5K? I asked, holding the vial up to my eye. Here, he said, handing me an envelope. Half now. Half if you don't fucking die within a week. Die? I asked hesitantly. Fuck that shit, man. You telling me this isn't safe? I'm fucking with you. This shit will change you, though. Know that. They told me it'll open parts of your mind you didn't even know existed. You'll come out the other side like a brand new person. It's like sprouting a second brain or something. I let the vial rest between my thumb and index finger, eyes instinctively drawn to the lethargic figure of David. I wasn't seriously considering this, was I? $5,000 is a lot of money, granted, but it's not worth your life. It wasn't worth turning into whatever David had become. I swallowed deeply and felt doubt rising in my mind like bile up my throat. How long does it last? He just stared at me like I'd said something mind-bogglingly stupid. Forever. You ain't ever coming down from this trip. But that's a good thing, man. I've never felt better. Never felt better. That's the last thing I remembered him saying. He must have said something else. Some reassuring thing or other. Some explanation as to what was awaiting me on the other side. But I can't remember anything else. Just the vile feeling of the lukewarm liquid down my throat, then the big black void of nothingness. I didn't feel much for the first couple of days. Just a mild headache, like the feeling of static in the back of my head. I don't know if you've ever thought about that. The static is a feeling. It's like a low hum, a persistent crackle, a buzzing ache. I guess it doesn't translate well. You'd know it, though. If you've been there. If you've felt it. If anything, I'd say I felt like I was having a death hangover. Like I'd died and returned somehow, suffering some afterlife withdrawal or something. Noise bothered me, light bothered me, taste bothered me, touch bothered me. Nothing felt right. Wherever I was, whatever I was doing, I felt like I didn't belong, that I was a stranger, a pariah, an alien life form, creeping paranoia and dread. The third day was a mess. I don't remember much from it, so I have to refer you to the journal. Yes, the journal. I forgot to tell you about that. It's the strangest thing. I suppose David must have given it to me. It wasn't mine, I'll tell you that much. Never seen it before. A black little thing, the tiny pencil hanging from it. I can't even remember opening it. But every page is filled with my handwriting, all right. Date unknown. State unknown. Day 3. Can't focus worth a shit. Everything flickering just out of sight. Sounds not sounding right, like coming from nowhere inside my head. Fucking walls closing in on me. Gotta stay hidden from them. Things in my ears too. Hair on my eyes. Can't focus worth a shit. Thoughts are too loud. Not my own, I think. Did I just think that? I open my mouth to let them out, but they crawl around in there with teeth of flesh and skin. Not ready yet. See you soon. Can't focus worth of shit. Crazy shit, right? You haven't heard nothing yet, though. I remember day 4 and 5 only vaguely, like watching them unfold from outside of myself in flashes of episodic madness, all jumbled together to form some incoherent mess of a movie. But I feel them inexplicably, vividly, unfiltered, and pure. The world had different colors. I could smell them clear as day. Gray, formless, dull, lifeless people wandering around like they mattered. They didn't. In between the cracks of reality, you could see them spilling out, piece by piece, organ by organ, body part by body part. A face in an eye, a fleshy, meaty iris staring back. I think I'd better refer you to the journal once more. Somehow, I make more sense there. Date obscure. State of hyper-imaginative. Day nonagon. Foregone are any hints of doubt and uncertainty, for now I stare into the beyond and accept it as part of the very fabric of existence. I feel like weights have been lifted. I feel like Sisyphus free of the boulder, and I feel like the final puzzle piece that's been lost to me since birth has finally slid into its rightful place. In the beyond, there are agents, strange creatures of intelligence and raw brutality, violent shimmers that move between us and the void undetected. They know that I see or sense. Thus, they beckon me to join them. I don't think I will. I don't think it's safe. But they watch me and listen. The walls have ears now, eyes too, and faces. But it's the ears that worry me. Written on the bottom of the page in crude, messy handwriting. I'm trying to find ways to cope, but I ain't fucking around with a gauge or a rope. I felt good. I felt great. I felt like I'd feasted on purity, eaten the flesh of an angel. Thoughts weren't just thoughts anymore. They manifested as constants of true or false, either as real or unreal. To see through the veil, man, I've never felt better. Yet, there were the issues with the side effects, the agents. As I got increasingly lost and infatuated in absorbing the beauty and complexity of everyday reality, the agents became ever more aware of me. Horrible beings they were, like from the collective nightmares of a 1950s lunatic asylum. You can't really describe them with human language. It's not so much that they're indescribable, but maybe too describable. I'll just cop out and show you the journal entry instead. Date null. State void. Day invalid. Flesh for bone, bone for flesh. The agents are in everything. Faces in their eyes, eyes in their faces, mouths lined with flesh, and flesh lined with mouths. I invited them in out of curiosity, out of neglect for human existence, out of a feeling of sweet self-destruction and delicious masochism. They breed in our filth, our waste, in our minds, and copulate within us in ways so sickening it defies explanation, gnawing at me with their skin teeth, flapping and squelching, hairy patches rubbing against hairy patches. I shouldn't have done it. It's what they want, isn't it? To let them in, to let them through. Who are they? Who made this thing? How do they get out? On day 6, I snapped out of it. Not instantly, but slowly, like a dream will fade throughout the day. I felt changed, like David said I would, but not in a good way. Not in a beautiful way. for the better, but in a grotesquely perverted way. As day 6 turned to day 7, I realized I hadn't eaten or slept since I consumed the signal. I spent 3 hours staring at myself in the mirror. I couldn't recognize myself. Not just because I was literally a pallid sack of skin and bones, a gaunt ghoul dressed in a skin suit staring back at me through bloodshot eyes, but also because it wasn't me. I swear that thing I'm wearing isn't me. The blue-black lips on my reflection didn't move, but I kept talking to myself in another man's voice.
Peel it off now.
Why don't you? I said without actually saying it. It has served its purpose. Rotting from outside in. I answered without actually answering. The time is nigh. Who's there? I said. This time the cracked, lifeless lips moved. Who am I talking to? It interferes still, I said, lips remaining motionless. Not far away enough. Not yet. Right. I can't recall more of the conversation. I'm sure it went on for a while, but at some point I collapsed on the floor, convulsing in unimaginable pain. I remember the pain, though, vividly. It was like my insides tried to push their way to the outside, like my brain tried to squeeze its way out of my eye sockets, like my muscles were searching for a way out through every pore in my skin. I regained control briefly, enough time to rush to my car, hazardously swerving past hazy vehicles, formless people, following an amorphous road laid out like pulsating cyst-ridden intestines before me. I felt nothing and everything at once. No pain, but unyielding torment. No heartbeat, but ceaseless machine gun throbs. Somehow I made it to David's place in one piece, crawling inside on limbs that were only vaguely mine anymore. I tumbled down the stairs to his basement, slithering the last few feet into his dusky room.
David!
I coughed.
David! Are you here, brother?
No answer, but the answer of nothing. My eyes were failing me. I could see behind me, then in front, then behind me again, like the flick of a switch. Behind me there was a wall, but the wall had ears and also faces and eyes. In front of me was David. Or what was left of him, anyway. He was spread out on the floor, and I mean that quite literally. He was face down, body split down the middle, dead center, and forced open like some corpse cocoon. Muscles and sinew and bones and organs split into halves. Gallons of blood encircling the macabre spectacle in an extremely satisfying ovaline puddle. I felt fear like I'd never felt it before. Present not only as an all-consuming sensation, but also in a very tangible shape and form. As I lay there sobbing and writhing in agony, I started talking to myself without actually moving my lips again. There has been a birthing, I said without saying it. We are one. Free. I'd been neglecting the obvious for far too long, but I realized in that moment what was happening. Not the full extent of it, of course, but the very basics. The fundamentals, so to speak. I stumbled to my feet, staggering over the remains of David, and into the bathroom. The light was on, flickering erratically, as was befitting the current ambience of unimaginable horror. And I stared at myself, which was definitely not myself in the mirror. I let my fingers trace the back of my head, feeling the protrusions and crevices, identifying them as I went along. Eyes, soft, bulgy, and round. Nose, A slimy cavity, nothing more. A mouth. Teeth like skin, skin like teeth. Lips quivering. Tongue like a long, limber leech. I turned my head slowly, watching in the mirror as the face on the back of my head came into sight. I talked to myself again, but this time I saw the lips moving. I wish I'd never seen those lips moving.
It is nearing the end of the tuning,
It said.
It is almost at one with the signal.
I don't know how many days I have left. I'm guessing maybe 1 or 2 before it claws its way out of my back, whatever it is. I've considered my options. They aren't plentiful. Most of them involve me dying horribly in some way or another. Will it help, though? I keep asking myself. No, I don't think it will. I think I'm far beyond. Far into the beyond. A warning, then, is all I can leave behind. It's simple enough. Don't do it. Don't be tempted. Life imitates horror. Horror imitates life. The signal makes both happen simultaneously. And it's not pretty. In closing, I'll leave you with this excerpt from the last page of my journal. It seemed a fitting note to end things on. If you ever see me again, know that it's not me. I died in these pages somewhere, consumed by a parasite of my own choosing. Date, conundrum. State of. Day in between. Life happens. That's all life is. A series of happenings. You can't control it. It can't control you. You're both just passengers along for the ride. Who steers this vehicle then, you ask? Stupidly, I might add. In the end, it doesn't matter. In the end, it's just the end. You came into this life afraid, and you will leave it afraid. All that happens in between are just stages of fear, defined only by what frightens you. We are husks, hollow and empty, as proven by our choices, by our actions. We deserve the void, deserve to be replaced. Our time was now, but now is gone. A fleeting moment, uncared for and woefully neglected. What awaits is no better, no worse. It's nothing, just another nothing.
The signal is aligning.
There's a man who visits town once a year. No one knows where he comes from. No one ever sees him arrive. And no one ever sees him leave. But every summer without fail, just after midnight, in the muggy August heat, he appears. Under a starless, inky black sky, he sits behind a small wooden booth at the edge of an old highway displaying a sign boasting, "Second chances, fair prices." I'd never deigned to visit the rickety, carnival-esque stand that promised a different future. It was meant for those who regret. This isn't to say I didn't have more than a few choices in life I saw as being worthy of second-guessing. There was no desperate need for repentance that bubbled deep within my gut. no desire to visit the man who sold second chances. But in late March, when the first signs of sweetness from blooming magnolia trees tinged the air, a decision settled itself so deeply in the recesses of my consciousness that every moment was filled with a cold, merciless weight refusing to settle in my chest. Pangs of guilt ricocheted wildly against my ribcage, rebounding off of bone like a ball-peen hammer on steel, with each impact leaving a sharp, ringing ache that built an unbearable pressure in my sternum. But I deserved these inescapable feelings. I deserved to have been granted this ceaseless collision of regret and remorse, leaving behind the unbearable knowledge that the past cannot be undone. It was such a simple favor. A text reading,
"Can you pick me up? I've got a weird feeling and I don't feel safe anymore."
Followed by 3 missed calls. Then the frantic voicemail.
"Hey, seriously, I need you to pick me up. I think there's a guy following me. Call me back, please."
Another missed call. Then radio silence. I noticed all of this at just past 1 in the morning. The messages and calls have been left in succession. 11:42 p.m., 11:47 p.m., 11:53 p.m., 11:54 p.m. Then nothing. I had silenced my phone because I was studying, and as soon as I saw how serious things seemed to be, why Emily had tried to contact me so many times, I called back. No answer. I ran to my car, panic-stricken and feverishly dialing and redialing her number. I knew where she had been and the route she would have taken to get home, but no matter how many times I retraced the steps my girlfriend would have taken just an hour ago, the street remained empty. Come June, and the search for Emily has fizzled out. The police have resigned to the belief that she is dead, and if nothing has been discovered at this point, a body will likely never be found. The case files will sit in a cardboard box, gathering dust, unsolved, scrawled in block letters across its front. Silencing my phone that night isn't the decision that carried so much shame. No. The shame stemmed from a decision I had made after that. Amongst the string of texts and missed calls, there was a piece of evidence that condemned me to this misery. A single message that led me to the man who sold second chances. Read, 11:43 p.m. The sickly sweet smell of magnolia heavily perfumed the air. It's August, and their blossoms have almost all but disappeared from their spindly perches in the trees, littering the ground with rotting corpse petals that signaled the end of summer, but the stench that lingered on the breeze brought with it a reminder. Soon, a makeshift booth will be constructed on the edge of town, and soon I'd be given the opportunity to pick up my phone, the opportunity to live the rest of my life without having to stare at that last text, listen to that voicemail, the opportunity to hear more in my girlfriend's voice than fear. And so I waited. There was no set date for when the man would appear to construct his booth, but there were signs to look for. There would be no stars, and the night sky would be a deep void of blackness, without even the subtle glow of the moon to offer any reprieve. People in town said these astrological anomalies happened because all the possibilities of all the second chances needed to be the only thing people looked towards. I don't know how much I believed this superstition, but I did believe in the man. I believed in what he offered. And finally, the night came. It was August 19th when I looked up and noticed that there was no light to be found. Heaven was no longer a thing, providing a path forward. The man who sold second chances had come to town. I got in my car and drove to where the main thoroughfare in town branched off into a few side streets, one of which eventually turned into the worn road that was now the old highway. Once I came across it, I parked my car and started to walk. I didn't know how far I'd need to go, but I knew to trust the path that I was on. The minutes ticked by, and I kept walking, and doubt started to creep into the edges of my mind. And then, there he was. He wasn't as odd as I thought he would be. He looked pretty normal. Maybe normal isn't the right word, but unassuming. He wasn't old, but he wasn't young either. He wore a shabby, colorless suit, and from under his booth, the toes of a pair of polished wingtips jutted out. I approached and noticed how worn the wood was, how faded the sign was. How long had he been doing this? Who was he, really? I didn't know what to say or where to start. My chest was aching with the same guilt it had carried for months, and the pulse of my heart had quickened to an erratic rhythm. Urgent and desperate, like a trapped bird beating its wings against a cage. But before I could calm myself enough to speak, the man reached out and beckoned for me to take his hand. The moment our hands touched, everything slipped away except for the feeling of his dry, waxy skin against mine. And then my mind was bursting with memories. Not just the memory of my decision, but all of the paths that could have been. I couldn't make sense of any of them. There was too much going on. All I could discern were the millions, no, trillions of possibilities branching outward, shimmering like frayed threads of reality. The man who sold second chances did not have to ask me what I wanted. He knew. He had felt it in me long before I had arrived. The gnawing, marrow-deep ache of regret. The weight of a mistake that had been festering like an open wound that refused to heal. And he was showing me that it didn't have to be so. Just as I thought the overwhelming rush of possibilities was going to make my head explode, a voice, his voice, unfolded inside of my skull like paper being peeled away. "Are you sure?" he said. "Knowledge is free, but second chances are costly." There wasn't an ounce of hesitation in my nod. Abruptly, our hands disconnected and I knew I had made a horrible mistake. I started to notice things about him I hadn't noticed before. His suit didn't fit him, but not in a way that made any sense. It seemed as though it wasn't meant for the body beneath it. Too loose in places that should have hugged him, too tight where there should have been space. And I swear as I stared, it shifted, the fabric ripping like it was breathing. His tie hung too low, too thin. Its texture wasn't silky but more like something wet, something living, and it writhed when he moved. The buttons were all wrong too, mismatched in size and shape, and when he moved, they didn't catch the light like normal metal. They absorbed it, as if each one were a tiny, sightless eye. And that's when I realized the man who sold second chances was no man at all. Not really. He wore the shape of a man, long-limbed, draped in an ill-fitting suit that moved against his frame like it was trying to swallow him whole. His fingers were too long, jointed in the wrong places, the knuckles swollen and bulbous, flexing under pale, purple-veined skin. His face was wrong, a stretched waxen mockery of human skin with a too wide mouth that unfolded like a wound. Inside, his teeth looked like splintered bone, frayed at the edges, as if he had been chewing on something he shouldn't have. Something still alive. And his eyes. God, his eyes. They weren't where they should be. They drifted, sliding too far apart or pressing too close together, like they were never meant to stay in one place. My racing thoughts that were trying to make sense of the grotesque thing that had been revealed to me were interrupted by a sound. No, a sensation. A whisper that burrowed under my skin, an ache in my teeth, a shudder that reached the marrow in my bones. The man was not speaking in words. He was unraveling them, like an old tape playing backward, filling the air with the sense that the price for what I had just agreed to would be far more than I had bargained for. And there was always a price. The man who sold second chances doesn't work like a genie, granting wishes for his freedom from the lamp. Nor is he like the devil at the crossroads, dealing a way out as the consequence of an impossible trade. No. The man who sold second chances promises a fair price, and his gifts are neither miracles nor curses. They are something far more unnatural, something that feels like time itself shuddering, unraveling, stitching itself together in ways that was never meant to. Money meant nothing to him. What he wanted was regret, sorrow, mistakes. And so, when he reached out his veined, leathery hands to clasp mine too gently, too intimately, he took. Now, my regret had teeth. What had once sat in my chest like a stone lodged too deep, pressing against my lungs, making every breath feel shallow, unearned, and was now gnashing, gnawing, devouring me, driven by a hunger that could never be sated. It was tearing at my insides like a starving animal, strings of saliva stretching between its jagged, restless fangs, mindlessly consuming whatever was caught between them. The hole inside of me grew wider, and the world around me felt a little more wrong with each passing second. And there was nothing. This was almost worse than the unnatural, insatiable guilt. Now there was a tension left behind. A coil in its jaw as it waited, anticipating the next bite. This pause and feeling left my thoughts twitching, as if stopping the contrition I had become accustomed to was more unbearable than the act of feeling it itself. I snapped back to reality, finally able to focus my vision for the first time in what felt like hours. Only to see that I was home. Checking my phone, I confirmed it was just after midnight on August 19th. And I noticed a text from Emily.
Hey, did you do the summer reading? Class starts in 2 days, and there's no way I'm gonna finish. I was hoping to borrow your notes.
Sent 20 minutes ago. My second chance had been granted. But what was the fair price for the life of my friend? The past has been rewritten seamlessly. The guilt that had found a home in my chest was gone. But deep down I knew it wasn't free. Had allowing the man to feed on my misery been enough? That didn't feel right. The only thing that felt fair was a life for a life. I hurriedly opened up my laptop and searched missing persons plus March plus Bainbridge, me, and found what I was looking for. A series of articles that had once been about Emily. Local woman goes missing after night out. The search is on for missing woman. Missing persons case goes cold. But the headlines had changed. Now the face of another woman is staring back at me from the flyers splashed across every webpage. Emily was meant to die that night. But by undoing fate, I doomed someone else to take on her final moments instead. My mistake never happened, but someone else paid the price for me. Another woman walked home in Emily's place. I searched the woman's name, hoping to find out something about her would make me feel better about my decision. She was a teacher, a new mother, someone's wife, someone's friend, just like Emily had been mine. I was going to be sick. I ran to the bathroom and retched, clearing my stomach off of its contents, bile burning my throat. I splashed water on my face and looked in the mirror. A scream ripped from my lungs. It wasn't my reflection staring at me. It was hers. The woman who took Emily's place. She was staring, hollow-eyed, lips moving without sound. I could only just barely make out what she was trying to communicate. Was it worth it? And that's when I realized why the man who sold second chances appears when there are no stars, when the sky is devoid of all light. It's not so that people could look towards their second chances with hope. It was so that when you paid, your grief had nowhere to go. It was so that when your second chance was granted, you'd be left with nothing inside but an even deeper guilt. A depth so dark, so hollow. It felt like looking into a hole dug too deep. A hole that had no bottom. And on that, he could feast. Second chances are not given. They are taken, stolen, carved from the bones of time itself. And the man who sells them will always be there for those who need them most. Everyone dies at some point, and with that reality comes some cold hard facts. You will have a last kiss, a last hug, a last phone call, and a last photograph. On a Friday night, we met up at Casey's house. Even though she has an annoying neighbor, her parents built this amazing fire pit that's the perfect spot for chilly autumn nights. After starting the fire and roasting some marshmallows, she brought out something I hadn't seen in at least a decade. A disposable camera.
This is a special camera,
Casey said with a grin.
Apparently, when you take a picture, it'll be your last photo before you die.
I sat there, trying to digest what she was saying. Do you mean the camera kills you?
Yeah, like that one Goosebumps book.
Brady replied.
Say cheese and die. Oh my gosh, I love that one.
Maribel said, grinning.
No, that's not what I mean.
Casey held her hands up, clearly annoyed that we didn't get it.
Everyone has a last photo before they die. Like, for example, my grandpa. 3 days before he passed away, he went on a fishing trip. The last photo on that trip is the last photo that was ever taken of him.
Well, it's impossible for a camera to show that, I replied. It would have to be a time-traveling camera for that to work.
You guys are no fun.
Casey rolled her eyes and started putting the camera back in her bag.
Wait. We didn't say we didn't want to use it.
Maribel said. Yeah, it could be fun, I added. A wicked smile flashed on Casey's lips.
Okay, good. Who wants to be the first?
I'll go.
Brady raised his hand. That was Brady for you. Never missed a chance to impress the girls. He stood up, his face lit by the roaring fire.
Where should I stand?
The lighting's kind of harsh. Maybe that tree.
Brady walked several feet away from the fire and stood next to the tree. Then he leaned against it, crossed his arms, and raised an eyebrow. Casey raised the camera to her face.
3, 2, 1, cheese!
White light flashed across the dark backyard. Brady stepped away from the tree, grinning.
Okay, who's next?
I'll go.
Maribel said. She pushed her glasses up her nose and stood next to the tree, somewhat awkwardly. Casey lifted the camera to her face again and took a photo. The ratcheting sound of her rewinding the film filled the air.
Okay, Benny, your turn,
she said, shooting me a smile. I walked over to the tree, took off my baseball cap, and waited. Casey lifted the camera to her face, then frowned.
Can't you smile?
Nope.
Fine.
She rewound the film and handed the camera to me. Then she posed next to the tree in a classic sorority squat pose. Yeah, this wasn't awkward at all. Casey and I had just started dating, but the longer things went on, the more doubts I was having. Sure, we looked good in pictures, a classic football star / cheerleader match. In reality, we weren't either of those things. She was pretty, but extremely insecure, jealous, and high maintenance. I was a neurodivergent math nerd who just happened to luck out genetically and looked like a jock. I stared at her through the viewfinder, her form slightly distorted.
Hey, you didn't count down!
She whined. What? You were posing?
Well, I want to know exactly when the photo's being taken, that's all.
Okay, sure. I rewound the camera and handed it back to her. She slided up next to me and lowered her voice.
Hey, when Brady and Maribel leave, you want to stay a little bit after?
Oh, I don't know. My dad's renovating the kitchen and he wants me to help him in the morning. I came up with an excuse.
It doesn't have to be long, just for a little while.
I should have said no, but she was pushing and I felt bad saying no. Okay, just for a little bit.
Sounds good to me. We can watch something down in the basement. My parents can't hear a thing down there.
What about your neighbor? He seemed really mad when we were watching V for Vendetta. Said the explosions woke him up. Remember he was pounding on the glass door and yelling at us? She rolled her eyes.
So we'll keep the volume down. Come on, it's just half an hour. You don't even have to watch anything.
Okay. Before I could say more, she grabbed the camera and started towards the fire pit. I followed.
When are we going to get those developed?
Brady asked.
We could go tonight. There's still a 1-hour photo in the CVS on Route 14.
Maribel replied.
And we could pick up some snacks.
Wait, seriously? They still develop photos?
Casey asked.
Mm-hmm. My dad uses them for, passport photos and other official stuff.
So it was decided. The four of us piled into Brady's car and took off into the night. We spent the entire hour hanging out at the store, picking out snacks. Then Casey went up to the counter, grabbed the paper envelope, and led us back out to the car. We piled inside and Brady turned on the lights. She flicked open the envelope and pulled out the photos.
No fucking way!
The first photo showed an older man standing on a beach, gray hair dripping wet, blue waves rolling behind him. But with his square jaw and tall build, he looked just like an aged-up Brady. That's impossible, I said.
Not necessarily.
Maribel replied after a pause.
The camera looked like a disposable camera, but it's possible someone put a cheap microchip in there, like a mini Raspberry Pi or something. Then it took our photos, and with the help of AI, aged them up.
Yeah, but how would the CVS develop them? I asked.
Maybe it was straightforward. Maybe when he opened the camera to get the film, there was a USB stick there instead, loaded up with the images. So he just stuck it in the computer and printed them out. It's weird, but Amazon is full of weird shit like this. I once saw a karaoke machine that used AI to auto-tune everyone as they were singing, in real time.
We could go back inside and ask them,
I want to see the rest of the photos first.
Casey said, nearly cutting me off.
Where'd you get this camera again?
Maribel asked.
A friend gave it to me.
And with that vague response, she flipped to the next photo. It was a family Christmas photo. Several people standing in front of the tree, happy faces lit by multicolored lights. But my heart dropped when I saw the woman on the left. A woman, maybe 30, holding a little baby, with the same heart-shaped face, the same curly dark hair as Maribel.
Oh no,
she said, her eyes wide. We all stared at the photo, silently, unsure what to say. But then I saw it. In the middle of the photo, sitting on the couch, was an old woman. A very old woman. With skin so wrinkled it looked like crepe paper, and hair so white it looked like a tuft of cotton candy on her head. Wire-framed glasses were perched on her nose. I think that's you. Maribel snatched the photo out of Casey's hands.
Whoa,
she whispered, studying it up close. For all her big talk about this being some AI thing, she seemed to take it pretty seriously. As I watched Maribel, I couldn't help but smile. For a second, I felt something. A sense of awe as I looked at her face, lighting up with the joy of her family. I'd never looked at Maribel as anything other than a friend, but there was something tugging at my heartstrings now. Not even something I could put into words as a crush or attraction or lust. Just something. A flicker of connection. Of emotion. Of...
Benny?
I glanced at Casey, and then I looked down. In her hands was the photo she'd taken of me. The exact same photo. Of me, tonight, holding my baseball cap, standing next to the tree. Not smiling. Staring straight ahead, eyes red from the flash. My first thought was the camera had malfunctioned. Whatever this was, AI or otherwise, had messed up and glitched on my picture. And it just spit out the photo as it was taken tonight. But as Casey, Brady, and Maribel stared at me with horror, I realized. So it's saying, the picture you took of me tonight is the last picture of me alive?
I guess so,
Casey said. The silence pressed in. I shook my head and forced a laugh. Come on. This is just some stupid prank camera. Like Maribel said, it's some AI thing. Maybe it even purposely skipped some people to scare them. None of them were laughing. Okay, come on, let's look at Casey's. I plucked my photo from the stack and froze. Casey was sitting on the floor of someone's basement. Her hands were tied to a metal support pole with thick rope. A strip of duct tape had been placed over her mouth. The left side of her head was matted with blood, and a thin trail dripped down the side of her face. Her blue eyes were wide with fear, and looking straight at whoever was taking the photo.
This is some sick fucking prank,
Brady muttered, his voice low with anger. Casey just sat there, frozen.
Let's go home,
Maribel said.
Forget about all this stuff. It's just a prank, like Brady said.
But Casey didn't move. She just sat there, the photo shaking in her hands, her blue eyes wide with fear.
What's wrong?
Maribel asked, softly.
The basement,
She said, finally pointing at the photo.
I recognize it. My dad and I went over there one time when he needed help with the fuse box, and I thought he was annoying, but I never...
Casey? Whose basement is it? I asked. She looked up at me, her eyes wide.
My neighbors.
Where are you going? Brady was unbuckling his seatbelt.
Obviously, the guy in there did something to the photos. I'm gonna give him a piece of my mind.
He started to swing the door open.
Wait!
Casey shouted.
What?
What if he's out there?
Who?
Craig! My neighbor.
Why would he be at the CVS?
I don't know, but it's only 3 miles from his house, so he could be here.
Wait, guys, this doesn't make sense. How would the photo guy know we thought the camera took our last photos before we died?
Maribel asked, placing her own photo in the cup holder. Because we were talking about it, I replied. At least Casey and I were. We were trying to be quiet, but it's possible he heard us. A heavy silence fell over us.
Okay, let's go.
Maribel said, opening her door. The night was unusually dark. The sliver of a moon hung in the black sky, far above the street lamps of the parking lot. We made our way towards the sliding doors, glowing warm yellow. Brady was probably right. The photo guy certainly had the time. We were in the store for a full hour, waiting for the photos to be developed. He could have easily hopped on some AI tool like Midjourney and typed in things like old man standing on the beach or a Christmas family photo of old woman. Although it would take some photoshopping skills to get our actual faces in the images. But if he had access to the real photos we took, that was possible. Nobody recognized the photo guy, right? I whispered, right before we stepped inside.
No,
Brady replied. Maribel and Casey shook heads. I hadn't recognized him either, but he looked like he was only a few years older than us. It was possible he knew one of us. Maybe he even had some sort of revenge plot. Maybe his older brother had a crush on Casey or Maribel. Or maybe Maribel got picked for the trivia team over his little sister. Just because we didn't know him didn't mean he didn't know us. 6 degrees of separation, much less than that in a small town like ours. We stepped into the CVS. There was an old woman at the cash register, but no one at the photo booth.
Hey, where'd he go? The photo guy.
Brady called out to her, somewhat aggressively. She replied saying that she thought he was in the back, eyeing him warily. We wandered through the aisles.
He's hiding,
Brady whispered to us.
He knows what he did, and he's hiding out.
We followed him down the aisle, the fluorescent lights blinking above us. The more empty aisles we passed, the more convinced I became of this theory. He'd messed with the photos and slipped out before we could confront him about it. Except that left all sorts of questions like, how did he know what Casey's neighbor's basement looked like? Wouldn't an AI tool refuse to generate such a disturbing image of a woman tied up in a basement? We turned the corner, and there he was, the photo guy, restocking in the cold medicine aisle. And then it happened. Brady went batshit on him.
Hey, that wasn't fucking funny, what you did to the photos.
Photo guy whipped around. His eyes widened and he held up his hands.
Whoa,
he said, taking a step back.
What are you?
Stop!
Casey said, stepping in front of Brady. Then she turned to photo guy.
Did you do something to the photos?
Her tone had an edge to it I'd never heard in it before. Fear and anger slicing through her usual bubbly, chatty tone. And then to my shock, photo guy nodded. All of us froze. For a second, time seemed to stop. Then Brady started up again.
You're a sicko. That was a horrible thing to do. Photoshopping Casey, making it look like she was tied up in a basement.
Wait, what?
Photo guy asked, his eyes widening.
Oh, don't deny it.
Casey spat.
What you did was sick. You're a fucking psycho.
No. I did not do that.
He shook his head wildly.
Look, all I was saying is that I messed up your photo job, okay? Earlier today, I spilled some Coke on the machine, and when your photos came out, they were all warped and weird and stuff. That happens if water gets inside the machine, and I already threw out the negatives, so I couldn't reprint them. That's all.
He held up his hands in surrender. So, you didn't edit a photo to show Casey, I said, gesturing to her, tied up in a basement? His expression told me the answer.
No.
Wait, all the photos were messed up? I asked.
Yeah, I think so.
We didn't get any photos that were messed up, right? I turned to Casey. She shook her head. Photo guy shrugged.
I don't know, guys. I'm just telling you what happened.
Was there anything wrong with the camera? Like a Raspberry Pi inside it or anything?
A Raspberry Pi?
His face scrunched up as he glanced between us.
Like a microchip, a computer, anything.
He shook his head.
It looked just like a normal disposable camera to me, although I haven't seen one of those in years.
An awkward silence fell on the five of us.
Thanks. Sorry for bothering you,
Maribel said finally, starting back down the aisle. The three of us followed her towards the front of the store. We got back in the car without a word. Brady and Maribel in the front, Casey and I in the back. I stared at the dark parking lot ahead, my heart pounding in my ears. Maribel fidgeted with her photo in the cup holder. Brady dug in his pocket for the keys. Casey kept her back to me, staring out her window. The car rumbled to life underneath us. Where are we going? I asked.
My house,
Brady replied.
My mom won't care. You and Casey can take the spare room, and Maribel can be on the pull-out sofa.
I glanced at Casey. She didn't turn around.
Fine with me,
Maribel replied. Brady started pulling out of the parking space.
Wait!
Casey said suddenly. The three of us turned to her.
We should take a photo with Benny. Then it isn't his last photo with him alive, and the camera is wrong.
Brady let out a laugh.
You're saying you actually believe this shit?
She scrunched her face at him.
Come on, let's just do it, okay?
Fine with me, I replied. Casey turned to me, holding her phone up. I stared at the black camera glinting in the light, staring at me. She raised her hand, her fingers shaking over the screen.
Okay, 3, 2, 1.
The fake shutter sound filled the car. But as she stared at the phone screen, her eyes widened.
Wait, what?
My heart dropped.
The camera app just, quit out. Hang on.
She tapped at the screen. Her eyebrows furrowed.
It quit out again.
Let me try.
Maribel pulled out her phone and pointed it at me. Her smile dropped. She glanced at her phone, then back at me.
Mine just did the same thing. It just quit out as soon as I took the picture.
That's because both of you have crappy iPhone 10s or whatever,
Brady said. He reached into his pocket and pulled out his phone, one of the sleek new Motorola phones that folded up. He lifted it and pointed it at me. The bright white of a flash filled the car. As my eyes readjusted to the darkness, I saw Brady's face. His eyes were wide as he stared at the screen.
No, that doesn't even make sense.
He muttered to himself, tapping at the screen. What? I asked. He slowly turned the phone around so I could see. All the blood drained out of my face. The photo simply showed the empty back seat of the car where I should have been sitting. It was just empty. What does that mean? Like, I'm like a ghost? I said with a forced laugh. But inside, my heart was pounding like a jackrabbit's. thrumming inside my ears.
Let's get out of here.
Brady threw the car in reverse. He backed out of the parking space and sped towards the exit. We flew down the main road through town, passing the little shops lined up, the tea place, the bagel shop. In the darkness, I felt a hand curl around mine. I tore my eyes away from the window and found Casey staring at me. Her hand was tight around mine, ice cold. Guilt stabbed through me. I slowly pulled my hand away.
What?
I couldn't break up with her here in the car, right now. Could I? I shoved my hands in my pockets. Sorry, my hands are really cold.
I'll warm them up.
No, your hands are cold too. Colder than mine, actually. Maribel turned around.
What's up?
Casey glared at me. Then she turned to Maribel.
Nothing.
She muttered. Then she crossed her arms and stared out the window, not even glancing in my direction for the entire rest of the drive. "10 minutes later, we were pulling into Brady's driveway. He shut off the car and the inside lights came on. I squinted in the sudden brightness. Casey was motionless, like a statue, still staring out the window. Maribel's voice broke the silence.
Oh my God.
She grabbed her photo out of the cup holder and was holding it close to her face. It fluttered and shook in her hands. My heart plummeted. Without a word, she turned it around for all of us to see. It took me a minute to notice the change, because the photo looked the same, an ancient old lady sitting in front of a Christmas tree, surrounded by family. But now the woman who had been holding the baby, she was different. In the previous photo, she'd been holding a little girl in an elaborate infant Christmas dress. Now she was holding a little boy, dressed in a teeny little suit.
It changed.
Mine changed too,
Brady said.
but not by much. It's just me, a little older.
Casey scrambled for her photo, and I heard her sigh of relief almost instantly. She held it out to me, shoving it in my face, before I could even look at mine.
We did it!
She said.
Look!
Her photo no longer showed her tied up in a basement. Instead, it was a woman with wild gray hair in her 60s, posing next to a shaggy black dog. Relief flooded me, but that relief evaporated as soon as I looked at my photo again. It wasn't the same photo of me posing against the tree. It was a different photo. A wedding photo. I was dressed in a tux, beaming with joy, grinning ear to ear. Hair slicked back in a bow tie crisp black against my neck, hand in hand with a beautiful bride. A bride I recognized. It was Maribel. I tried to hide it, but it was too late. Casey's eyes widened. Brady and Maribel leaned into the back seat, curious. Maribel's mouth fell open. Brady stared in shock. The photo swam before me, as I felt weak, as darkness crept into the edges of my vision. We pulled up to a 70s split level bordered by tall hedges. Brady drove into the garage, and as soon as we came to a stop, Casey stormed out of the car. "Casey, wait!" I called out, following after her.
I don't want to talk to you!
Casey snapped back. I'd never seen the side of Casey. Sure, I'd seen her angry, but not like this. Her usually excited, chipper tone had been replaced by a low and hollow voice. Her blue eyes flashed with anger. Brady brushed past her and opened the door into the kitchen, raising his finger to his lips.
My mom's asleep, so be quiet, okay?
The three of us followed in quietly.
Where's the guest bedroom? I just want to go to sleep.
Up there, at the end of the hall.
Without another word, she disappeared up the stairs. The door slammed loudly after a few seconds later, and Brady winced.
She'll get over it,
he said to me. No, she won't. But it's okay. I was going to break up with her anyway.
Really?
I shook my head. It wasn't working.
So, what do we do now?
Maribel asked, her first words since the photo. She hadn't said a word during Casey and my fight in the car. Get some sleep, I guess. It's almost 3 a.m. Maribel glanced at me, but then immediately broke eye contact and looked down at the floor.
Did Casey ever say where she got the camera?
Brady asked. I shook my head. Just said a friend gave it to her.
Whoever they are, they probably know what's going on. Maybe they can help us,
he replied, glancing at the stairs.
I don't think you'll get any answers out of Casey tonight.
Maribel muttered.
Let's just go to sleep. I'm so tired.
You want to take my room, Maribel? Or Benny and I can be in my room and you can be on the couch.
I'll take the couch.
Sure.
The three of us moved into the family room. Brady bent down and, grunting, pulled out the couch. The rusty hinges creaked and groaned.
Hang on. Need to get you guys blankets and pillows,
he said, brushing past us. His footsteps receded, and then Maribel and I were alone. A few seconds ticked by. Our eyes didn't meet. Sorry, I finally said, breaking the silence. I know this is really stressful. The photo and everything.
It doesn't mean anything.
What?
The photo? The future is totally undetermined. You and Casey changed the future by not going back to her house. The photo of us? It's only showing one possible timeline among infinite ones.
She shook her head.
It doesn't mean anything.
Her words felt like a gut punch. Oh. Okay. I sat down on the bed. When the silence got to be too much to handle, I got up again and began pacing the room. I thought I saw Maribel open her mouth at one point to say something, out of the corner of my eye, but then she closed it again. The old wooden floor creaking under my feet was deafening.
Guys.
Brady's voice, coming from the kitchen, sounding scared. Maribel and I ran over. We found him hunched over the kitchen counter, his back turned to us. My stomach plummeted like a rock.
My photo changed,
he whispered. He stepped away from the counter. No. Brady's photo was the photo we'd taken earlier. Him standing next to the tree, lit by the orange flames of the fire pit. He's going to die soon. My heart began to pound. I felt weak. Maribel leaned over the counter, staring at the photo, but I backed away. I reached into my pocket and pulled out my own photo, holding it up to my face. No. It had changed, too. It was also me standing next to the tree. Maribel's mouth dropped open.
No. No.
She scrambled back into the family room. I heard the loud zip of her purse, and then she ran out of the darkness, breathless.
Mine changed too.
So, we all die together? I asked, my voice shaking.
Maybe he comes here,
Maribel said.
Maybe Casey's neighbor followed us here and he's gonna murder us all. Brady, did you lock everything?
I think so,
Brady replied, his voice weak.
Check the back door,
she said as she raced to the front. I ran over to the sliding glass door and tugged on it. Locked. Brady ran into the garage, checking the big door, then ran back in and locked the door into the garage. Back door's locked.
The garage is too,
Brady replied. Maribel rushed back, nearly out of breath.
The front door wasn't locked. He could be in here already.
There's no way. We just got here, I said.
But the photos didn't change. Look.
Maribel held up her photo, now crumpled at the corners.
We're still going to die.
Okay, calm down.
Brady said.
We'll do a sweep of the house, okay?
We methodically walked through the house, opening closets and cabinets, peering inside. No one was there. But we did find one of the windows in the living room open, the curtains billowing in the wind. Brady slammed it shut. When we got upstairs, Brady took a quick peek in his mom's room. She was fast asleep. He tiptoed in and checked her closet. Empty. The guest bedroom, however, was locked. "Casey?" I called through the door. Nothing.
Maybe she's already sleeping,
Brady said.
Or maybe she's already dead,
Maribel whispered.
Guys, I'm sure she's fine.
He started down the stairs.
I need to go set the burglar alarm.
A few seconds later, the beeping of the keypad came from downstairs. "I think we should check on her," I whispered. Maribel nodded.
Me too.
"Should we just break the door down or something?"
Hang on.
Maribel reached up into her curly dark hair. After a few seconds, she slid a metal bobby pin out. Then she knelt on the ground and slid it into the hole in the doorknob. Clicking sounds came through the hallway as she tried to unlock it.
What the fuck are you doing?
Casey's voice came through the door, aggravated and harsh. Sorry, we just wanted to...
I don't want to talk to anyone.
I heard a screech of aggravation, and then a dragging sound followed by a thump at the door. It sounded like she was wedging something against it. "Casey, our photos changed," I called through the door. "They're all us by the fire pit. Did yours change too?"
Go away! I fucking hate all of you!
She screamed. Maribel and I exchanged a look. Then we headed back downstairs to find Brady pacing back and forth in the kitchen.
They didn't change,
he told us.
We're locked in. The burglar alarm's on. Unless Casey's neighbors break through the window and shoot us all in like 3 minutes flat. It doesn't make sense. My guess is it's a fire or a gas leak.
Or Casey.
We turned to Maribel.
She sounds completely unhinged in there. What if she comes out and kills us?
There's no way she could...
Her dad has guns, I interjected. She could sneak out while we're sleeping, get a gun, come back, and shoot us.
Do you really think she's capable of that?
I don't know, honestly. I don't know her that well. I always felt like I was talking to a mask. All her photos are so posed, and she's always keeping up this, cheerleader cool girl persona that feels so fake. How she was acting tonight? I've never seen her act like that at all.
So what do we do?
I don't know. I guess we leave and see if the photos change.
What if it isn't her? We just can't leave her here. And we can't just leave my mom here either. What if it's a fire or something?
What if one of us goes and checks if their picture changes, and the others stay here and make sure the house doesn't burn down?
I guess that makes sense,
Brady said, hesitating. So which one of us goes? A few seconds of silence passed between us.
I guess I will,
Brady finally said.
Your pictures might not change either way. If one of you's Casey's target, I'm the only one that would just be collateral damage. Besides, I don't really trust you guys driving my car,
he said with a small smile. Okay, sure.
Wait, but you have to plan not to come back,
Maribel interjected.
If you're just going for a drive, the photo, or camera, or whatever might know that.
She pulled out her phone and began frantically tapping at the screen.
What are you doing?
Calling the Motel 6.
Motel 6.
Hi, I'd like to make a reservation for tonight, please.
For how many people?
Just one.
I'm not gonna pay for a motel.
You got a better idea? Sorry, I wasn't talking to you.
Yeah, I do. My uncle lives in Belleville. He'll put me up for the night.
Maribel glanced at him.
Okay. Sorry, cancel the reservation. We found something else.
A few minutes later, Brady headed for his car.
I'll call you when I get there and tell you what the photo is.
We listened to the rumble of his engine, and after he'd pulled out, we closed and locked the garage door. I pulled out my phone, flipping it over nervously in my hand. We're going to be fine, I said to Maribel when I caught her looking at me. She laughed.
Oh, really?
Yeah. She glanced down at my hands, flipping the phone over and over.
I think you need more convincing than me.
We sat down at the kitchen table. Maribel opened a drawer and, after rummaging around, pulled out a huge chef's knife.
If Casey really does go crazy on us,
she said, smirking at my shocked expression. Do you think she'd try to kill us?
I don't know. She's your girlfriend.
Yeah, but she's still your friend. Do you think she'd do something like that? Her smile faded.
I don't know. Casey has always been emotionally volatile, I guess is the word. Like, one time we were swapping dresses, and I tried on this one dress that, I don't know, was very special to her for some reason, I guess. And she flipped out at me, like screaming at me, calling me a bitch, the works. I'd be furious at her, except she went completely back to normal as soon as I gave it back.
Huh. I had never really seen that side of her.
Yeah, I think she probably hides the crazy from all her boyfriends.
The conversation fizzled out, and we sat there in awkward silence, listening to the ticking of the annoying bird clock Brady's mother had hung up. Maribel looked down at the knife, her reflection in it. I picked at my cuticles. And then suddenly my phone rang. I jumped and flipped it over. It's Brady. I picked it up. Hello? But from the instant I heard his voice, I knew something was terribly wrong.
The photo, it changed, but it's not. Oh, God. I think I'm going to die.
Slow down. I can barely understand you, I said, anxiety flooding through me. At the same time, Maribel asked,
What's he saying?
I grabbed the photo and switched it to speaker. What did the photo change to?
I had to get onto the highway to get to Belleville, and there's that toll, right? Well, my picture changed to the security camera picture from me driving through the toll.
What?
The picture is me driving through the toll 10 minutes ago.
Oh no.
There's another toll coming up in 5 miles. That means I die before I get to there.
Can you turn around?
No, there's this huge median.
Pull over!
She shouted.
Do something, anything that you weren't planning to do. Pull over and get out of the car and start running.
But Maribel was interrupted.
Wait. What the fuck is that?
Brady asked, his voice weak, confused. But before he could explain, it happened. An ear-splitting crash came through the speakers. And then the call dropped. Maribel and I sat there in stunned silence, staring at the phone. Tears burned my eyes. My arms were frozen, my entire body stuck to the chair, staring at the black screen. We didn't want to say it, but we both knew. Brady was gone. Maribel collapsed into a chair, sobbing. I called 911, the details spilling out of me in incoherent fragments of sentences. He got into an accident. Brady Esposito, on the highway, near the toll, near Belleville. Then I sat next to Maribel, wrapping my arms around her, starting to cry too. The tinny voice on the other end of the line asked me to stay on the line and if I was still there. But I couldn't answer. I couldn't do anything but hold Maribel and cry. This can't be real. It's just a stupid photo. Maybe he didn't die. Maybe he's okay. But I knew, deep down, I knew he was dead. That was the deal from the start. The camera was going to kill us, one way or another. It had never been said, but it was obvious, wasn't it? The camera didn't just tell us our fates. It made them. And Casey had willingly brought it to us. Taken pictures of all of us. Did she know this would happen? I ran up the stairs. Brady's gone! I screamed, banging my fist on the door. So you better tell us where you got this camera! A light pattering of footsteps sounded behind me as Maribel joined me. She grabbed me by the shoulders and nudged me away from the door. Hey!
The photos haven't changed,
she whispered, shoving them in my face.
Casey might still come out of there and murder us all.
You think she would, really?
I don't know, but the photos didn't change.
I backed away from the door. Slowly, we walked down the stairs. I looked back over my shoulder, but the door didn't open. Maybe Casey had already fallen asleep. Or maybe she'd snuck out and gone back to her dad's house to get a gun. Emotionally volatile. That's what Maribel had said. And she was so angry at us. If she could get her hands on a gun. What do we do now?
If we try to leave, we'll die on the road,
Maribel replied, her voice wavering.
But if we stay here?
She glanced down at the photos in her hand. The photos of us by the tree, lit by the bonfire. The last photos of us alive. Wait, what if we destroy the photos? It hadn't occurred to me before, but now, in fight or flight, in the darkness, death staring us in the face, it seemed obvious. Destroying the camera would be better, except we didn't have that. The CVS had disposed of it or whatever when they developed the photos. Maribel looked at me.
That could work. Maybe. I don't know.
I ran into the kitchen, yanking on the drawers, searching. Finally, I found it. A little book of matches. I ripped one off, and on the third strike, the flame sizzled to life, illuminating the kitchen in relief, flickering orange tones. I grabbed Maribel's photo first, touched the flame to the photo. For a few seconds, it didn't take. The glossy photo paper seemed to repel it, almost. Come on, I muttered, holding both the match and the photo as still as I could in my shaking hands. The flame finally caught. The corner of the photo began to curl up, the base of the tree distorted as if it were melting. My heart pounded faster. Something like hope bloomed in my chest. And then Maribel screamed. She fell to the ground and began thrashing on the floor, screaming, shrieking in pain. Maribel, what? I started, but then I stared at the photo. The flame distorting the lines of color, turning it to ash. I raced to the sink. It extinguished with a hiss. And immediately, her screams quieted. I dropped to the floor next to her. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she looked up at me.
It hurt so much,
she choked out, blinking away more tears. Thumps sounded on the stairs. First, Casey burst into the kitchen, her hair wild, her eyes wide. Then Brady's mom behind her. Mrs. Esposito asked what was going on, rushing over to us. My heart sunk. Brady was in an accident. I don't think he made it. The photos changed again. As we sped down the highway, in the backseat of Mrs. Esposito's car, they changed. I'd been staring at my photo the entire ride, expecting it to change to CCTV footage of us on the highway at any second. The inside of the car was dark, but I could see it every time we passed underneath a street lamp, lit in the orange halogen glow. On, then off, like a monster lit by a strobe light in a haunted house. As we passed over the next street lamp, it was no longer the photo of me against the tree. It was instead a photo of me, Casey, and Maribel, dressed in black, standing outside a church, next to Brady's parents. His funeral. I knew he was dead, but seeing the photo made it real. I nudged Casey and Maribel. "Look," I whispered. Their photos were the same. Why did they change now? Right now, on the way to Brady. Had Casey actually been planning to kill us, but now couldn't? "Where did you get the camera?" I whispered to Casey. She looked back at me in the dark with wide blue eyes. "Casey."
"I didn't know it was going to kill anyone, okay?"
she said, the corners of her mouth twitching.
"Yeah, we know, Casey,"
Maribel whispered.
"But where did you get it?"
She glanced between us fearfully.
"Ezra Schmidt gave it to me."
"Who?"
Maribel asked.
"Emma's brother. You know, the girl who was hospitalized last year for a suicide attempt."
She took in a shaky breath.
"You mean the girl you bullied all through middle school?"
Maribel snapped, glaring darkly at Casey.
"The girl you called Prego Emma?"
Casey nodded sheepishly.
"I ran into Ezra at the grocery store right before the party. He gave me the camera. Said it was a really cool camera one of his friends had found."
"So you took a camera from the brother of the girl you drove to suicide?"
"I didn't drive her to suicide. I haven't even talked to Emma since 8th grade.
"Those kinds of wounds don't really heal, Casey. Like, ever."
Maribel replied.
"But Ezra was always nice to me. I think he even had a crush on me. He'd follow me around sometimes at school."
"Okay, none of this matters," I whispered, cutting her off. "We need to find Ezra and ask him what's going on here and how to stop it."
"It won't bring Brady back."
A heavy silence fell over us. I glanced at the windshield, the dark highway stretching out in front of us, the back of Mrs. Esposito's head as she quietly sobbed and then asked us what in the hell we were talking about. All of us remained silent, collectively knowing an explanation wouldn't make any sense to her. The minutes stretched on, the three of us in an uneasy silence, and then finally, we saw it. Red and blue lights puncturing the darkness. Police cars parked in the middle of the highway, obscuring the battered remains of a car. Mrs. Esposito parked on the shoulder and, without a word to us, ran towards the police officers. The three of us slowly approached after her, my heart hammering in my chest. Between the police cars, I could see slivers of Brady's car. Twisted gray metal. Shattered headlights. A white airbag pressed against a cracked windshield. I didn't need to fight through the cluster of cars to see how bad it was. And as we approached, I noticed something on the ground. Something small and white, face down among the few stray shards of glass and twisted metal. I walked towards it, the voices and sirens fading out of my consciousness. All I could do was stare at the photo, face down in the asphalt. I reached down and picked it up. My heart plummeted. It wasn't the final photo of Brady going through the toll booth. Instead, it was all blurry, muddy streaks of gray, bleeding into each other. Like the photo had been corrupted, or like the camera had been moving wildly. But there was something I could see. 2 lights in the upper right corner. Thin, jagged lines of light descended from them, as if they were also affected by the blur. Headlights? Is this what Brady saw right before he died? I stared at the 2 dots. There was something about them that unsettled me. I couldn't look away. 2 lights, almost like eyes, staring back up at me through the glossy photo paper. We were parked in my car outside of Ezra Schmidt's house. Casey stared up at the darkened A-frame, arms crossed over her chest.
He can't avoid us forever. He can't,
she said, shaking her head, as if that could will him into existence.
Maybe he skipped town,
Maribel said from the back seat.
He wouldn't do that.
Why not? He gave you a camera he knew would kill you. He doesn't want to be implicated for murder, does he?
Casey huffed.
No one would believe him.
Okay, look, let's just try again later. I cut in. Until then, I think our next best option is to get the camera back. Maybe if we destroy it, it'll break this whole thing.
Or maybe it'll kill us faster, like destroying the photo.
They probably already threw it away.
Do you two have a better idea? Both of them shook their heads. The drive back to CVS was completely silent. The 3 of us walked into the store, Brady's absence weighing down on us. A quick glance around, but photo guy wasn't there. There was just an older woman standing at the counter.
We were here on Friday,
Maribel explained to the woman,
with a disposable camera. Do you, by any chance, still have it?
A disposable camera?
I nodded.
I haven't seen one of those things in years,
she said, shaking her head.
I don't know. We used to recycle them, I think.
Recycle them?
Maribel glanced at me.
Yeah. I don't even think they melt them down. The plastic body is just like refilled with new film and sold again. It's how Kodak turned such a big profit on those things. I mean, a whole camera for $10? Who could beat that, right? I mean...
Is there any chance you still have it somewhere? I interrupted.
Maybe. I think we only do the whole recycling thing on Mondays. And those guys that take the hazardous stuff, like with lithium batteries and whatnot, every other Wednesday.
She continued muttering to herself as she crouched down, scanning the other side of the counter.
What day did you say you came here again?
Friday, I replied.
Ah, you're in luck. I think. Is this it?
She pulled out the camera. The 3 of us stared down at it. The camera stared back at us, lens glistening in the light. My stomach turned.
Are you gonna take it or not?
Sorry. I grabbed the camera and the 3 of us hurried out of the store.
Kids these days don't even say thank you,
the woman muttered behind us. As I drove back to my house, my spirits rose. We had the camera. Maybe bashing it to smithereens or throwing it in a fire would be all that it took. Destroying the cursed object, breaking the curse. It could be that simple. We could be free. Or maybe it would kill us all. Somehow, both those options sounded better than waiting for our inevitable deaths over the next few days. As soon as we got back, I grabbed the camera and made a beeline for the shed. My dad had everything in there. Hammers, mallets, a circular saw. Everything we could possibly need to destroy this thing. Casey and Maribel followed after me. I grabbed a hammer, hefting it into my hands. I think we should destroy it. That's my vote. Maribel and Casey glanced at each other.
When you burned the photo, it was burning me,
Maribel said, starting to pace.
This thing, the photos at least, almost act like some sort of voodoo doll. If you destroy it, how do you know it won't kill us all instantly?
I don't. But saving us or dying instantly both sound better than waiting around to die. I turned to Casey. What about you? She chewed on one of her Malibu pink fingernails.
I don't know. I guess we gotta try destroying it. We're all gonna die anyway, right?
2-1, I told Maribel. Sorry. She crossed her arms. I grabbed 3 pairs of safety glasses off the wall and handed them out. Casey raised an eyebrow at me.
Safety glasses? Really?
If we survive this thing, would you like to be blind?
No, but they look so stupid.
She put them on, grimacing. Maribel rolled her eyes, then replaced her own glasses with the safety ones. She gave me a hesitant thumbs up. I positioned the camera in the center of the work table. Then I raised the hammer. In the lens, I could see my tiny reflection, distorted by the spherical lens, like a fisheye view. Eyes wide, the hammer raised high above my head. I took a deep breath, and then I brought the hammer down. A direct hit. And yet, the camera didn't have the slightest dent in it. Shit! I raised the hammer again. And again. It was like the thing was made of steel. I went wild. I brought the hammer down again and again, arms flailing wildly. Maribel was saying something behind me, but I couldn't hear her over the blood rushing in my ears, the thumps of the hammer against the camera.
Benny!
Casey shrieked, and then I saw it. A thick, dark liquid oozing out of the camera, seeping into the grooves of the wood, dripping off the edge of the table and onto the floor. My stomach turned. I flipped the camera over. The wet, sticky substance that looked so much like blood coated my fingertips, oozing from a seam on the side where the front and back panels connected. I raised the hammer and smashed at the back of it, then the front. I smashed it until I was exhausted and my arms were sore and I couldn't lift the hammer again. The camera was still in perfect condition.
Let's go back to Ezra,
Maribel said.
Maybe he's home now.
I glanced back at the camera. Let me try one more thing. I reached down and grabbed the extension cord, plugged it in, flipped a switch, and the circular saw whirred to life. Casey and Maribel looked at me with wide eyes. I grabbed the camera, fingers safely on either side, and pushed it towards the blade. The screeching of the saw filled my ears, echoing in the small shed.
Benny, you're not really—
We have to get rid of this thing, I shouted over the noise.
Benny!
I can't keep waiting for us to die. I pushed the camera straight into the whirring, spinning blades. But when the plastic met the metal, it ratcheted and caught. A horrible grinding sound. What the? I pushed against the camera harder. And then my hands slipped. It happened so fast. 1 second, hands on the camera, pushing. The next, the camera on the floor. And blood. pain. So much, gushing onto the floor. Maribel and Casey screaming in my ears. The blade screeching, spinning red and silver, darkness pulsing through my vision. Then nothing. I woke up in the emergency room, with several stitches on my right ring finger. I'd apparently sliced the tip of my finger and then fainted. I've always been queasy around blood. There was so much blood for such a small wound. I pictured my own blood mixing and swirling with the dark, sticky ooze from the camera on the dusty floor of the shed. Why didn't it kill me? I asked.
I don't know,
Casey replied. It would have been easy for that saw to kill me, but it didn't.
I think it's working in order,
Maribel said. I turned to her. She looked terrible. Her normally brown skin ashen, deep circles under her eyes.
It's working in order. Brady was the first one photographed, right? Then the first one to die. You didn't die because you're not the next one in line.
She sucked in a breath.
I am.
I stared at her, my stomach twisting. Eventually, after I felt healed enough, we drove back to Ezra's house. It was still empty, so it was stakeout time. Maribel napped in the back seat while we picked up Thai food and then settled in front of Ezra's house, eating for what felt like the first time in days. As it turned out, we didn't have to wait long. Only an hour later, a beat-up green sedan pulled into the driveway. He was home. Casey woke Maribel while I wiped my hands and bagged up the trash.
What's that smell?
Maribel asked, waving her hand. We got Thai while you were sleeping. She scowled at us. Anyway, Ezra's home. Any ideas how to handle him?
Well, I think Casey should wait in the car,
She replied.
If he sees her, he's going to know why we're here.
Good idea.
And I think I have an idea of what to say,
She said, swinging her door open.
Follow my lead.
Maribel and I walked up the steps. The house was in complete disrepair. Cracks lined the walkway, and an old wind chime fluttered in the breeze, softly tinkling. However, they weren't lax about security. A sleek ring camera had been installed, staring blankly up at us. Maribel raised her hand to knock. Muffled footsteps came from inside, and then the door creaked open. A disheveled, short guy with messy dark hair peered up at us.
Can I help you?
Ezra was only a few years older than us, but he looked like he was a decade older, from the deep circles under his eyes and the stubble on his jaw.
Yeah,
Maribel replied.
I'm Maribel and he's Benny. We're seniors at Lakewood High School. Can we come in for a second?
His eyes darted between us, and then a flicker of recognition as he stared at Maribel.
I've seen you before. You're in the marching band, right?
She nodded, smiling.
Can we come in?
His eyes narrowed.
Why? You guys Jehovah's Witnesses now or something?
We're interviewing alumni.
Maribel cut in, her voice filled with fake confidence. I never knew Maribel had any acting skills, but I guess survival instincts had taken over, because she was completely convincing.
We're doing this whole project where the seniors are interviewing alumni to get an idea of what real life looks like after high school. It's like a whole thing.
A pause, and then Ezra stepped aside.
Okay, what the hell? Come on in, I got a few minutes.
We stepped past him into a small, messy living room. Piles of mail, stacks of boxes, dirty dishes on the coffee table. The door clicked shut.
Sorry about the mess.
Ezra started.
I was just...
What's the story with the camera you gave Casey?
Maribel asked. Ezra paled, and then he ran for the door, Time stood still. I stood, frozen in shock, one part of my brain screaming to move and tackle him, the other part terrified. Thankfully, Maribel was faster. She immediately leapt at him and tackled him to the floor. "Don't just stand there." I ran over and grabbed his shoulders, keeping him pinned to the ground.
Brady is dead because of you,
Maribel growled in his face. His eyes went wide.
Who?
The camera killed him, and now it's going to kill all of us.
No, I don't want you guys to die. I didn't want anyone to die except her.
He pointed a shaking finger behind us. I turned around to see Casey standing there in the open doorway, arms crossed.
Thanks a lot.
Do you know what Emma has gone through because of you?
He shouted. He tried to get up.
Ugh.
I struggled to keep him down.
She had to drop out of college. She couldn't even play soccer anymore. Her coordination is all fucked up. She will never be the same. But you don't even care, do you? She's just another person you could tear down and fuck up. Because that's the only thing you can do.
It was middle school, okay? Everyone's mean in middle school.
Casey shouted back.
Emma wasn't.
And neither was Brady or Benny or me. So why do we have to die, huh?
Maribel asked, leaning in so close I could see her spit flying onto his face. Ezra looked back at us, the anger fading from his face.
I'm sorry. I really am. I thought she would just use the camera for selfies. Like the vain bitch she is!
He suddenly shouted, looking back at her.
And then she would die. I never thought she would bring anyone else into it.
Yeah, but you had to realize she'd probably take other pictures. She's not going to take 20 selfies in a row, I said. He narrowed his eyes at me.
There was only one photo left in the camera.
Maribel glanced at me. It took a photo of each of us. All 4 of us. There was more than one photo. His face dropped.
Tell us how to stop it. We promise we won't turn you into the police or anything. They wouldn't believe us anyway.
Maribel's voice began to shake.
Tell us, please.
But Casey still needs to die.
But Maribel and I don't, I shouted. So tell us how to stop it. He shook his head.
Look, I am sorry for what I did, okay?
Casey said, stepping towards us.
I was really insecure back then. And I wasn't just mean to Emma, I was mean to everyone. Except Avery and Maya. It wasn't like I was singling out your sister. I'm sorry. I am.
You wouldn't be apologizing if your life didn't depend on it. Fuck you.
Maribel's going to die next, Ezra. Are you really going to let her die? Or are you going to tell us how to stop it? Ezra glanced at me, then sighed.
I don't know, okay? I got it online. Someone posted it on this online forum for supernatural stuff. I didn't even believe it at first myself. But then I took some pictures of ants, bugs, and they curled up and died. But I don't know how to stop it. I don't.
You're lying.
I'm not. I swear, I'm not.
I think we need more than that,
Casey said behind us, in a dark, gravelly voice I barely recognized as her own. I turned around to see her reaching into her bag and pulling out something shiny and black. The ratcheting sound of plastic gears fighting against each other. Oh, no, Casey! Ezra froze.
No,
he said weakly.
No, you didn't!
Casey took a step back, her face stone cold.
Now you're in this too. So let me ask you again. How do we stop this thing?
Ezra paused, and for a horrifying moment, I thought she just killed an innocent man. But then he spoke.
Take a photo of the camera itself,
he replied.
Set it in front of a mirror. Make sure you're not in the photo. the camera will self-destruct, kill itself. If it's the only living thing in the photo.
The camera is alive?
Maribel asked weakly. The dark blood, spilling out onto the work table, flashed through my mind. Ezra nodded.
But he told me there will be consequences for whoever destroys the camera. The curse itself will be gone. But there will be other things.
What other things?
I don't know. He didn't tell me.
His eyes fell on Casey.
I swear, this time. He didn't tell me.
We made it back to my house. My parents were out of town and wouldn't be back until the next morning. We dragged a stool into the bathroom upstairs. That's where the camera would sit, facing the mirror. The only problem now was pressing the button. There was no timer on the camera, so if we couldn't be in the picture, we had to do it with something non-living. A stick, maybe. Something. Anything. I was tearing through my closet when Maribel interrupted me.
Benny?
I turned around. Maribel was standing in the doorway, holding up her photo. I stepped closer. It had changed. It was now a grainy black and white photo. Her standing on a porch with her arms crossed, face slightly distorted by a fisheye lens. It was the photo from Ezra's Ring camera, taken less than an hour ago. We were running out of time. She could die any minute, any second. We need to get you somewhere safe, I said, grabbing her arm and pulling her out into the hallway.
I don't...
Brandon's room. My older brother's room had been cleared out for a year now. He was living in California for 5 years with his boyfriend, and my parents were all too happy to remove every trace of him from the house. Only a dusty dresser sat in the corner, which could kill her if it fell on her. I pulled her towards the closet. It was completely empty, except for some wire shelves that were too light to cause any damage. Stay here until we get the picture.
I'm kind of claustrophobic.
It'll only be like 10 minutes. You'll be safe. I started for the door.
Benny, wait.
I turned around. Maribel stood there, eyes red, tears rolling down her cheeks. She reached out and grabbed my hand, and then, without a word, she wrapped her arms around me in a hug, pulled back, and reached up, then kissed me. For that single instant, it was just the two of us. No death, no camera, nothing. The entire universe could be crumbling, and it wouldn't matter. Just us. Two flickers of existence in the vastness of time and space, communing for a single moment.
Benny?
I looked up to see Casey in the doorway.
What the fuck are you doing?
I stepped back. Maribel, blushing, backed into the closet. I'll be right back, okay? I whispered to her, before the door snicked shut. It took a few minutes, but I was able to eventually bend a wire coat hanger from my closet into something that would press the button. Casey watched as I stood in the bathroom doorway, slowly lowering the bit of steel onto the button. Shit, I muttered, as I missed it once, twice, 3 times, but then on the 4th time I made it. The mirror had cracked, in circular rings like someone had punched it or hit it with a crowbar, exactly where the camera was aimed. But it didn't matter. We did it. I ran into Brandon's room. We did it, I shouted, throwing the closet open. My voice died in my throat. Maribel was on the floor, gasping for breath, face red, lips swollen and mottled. And then it all hit me like a truck. She'd kissed me. I'd eaten Thai peanut noodles. And Maribel was deathly allergic to peanuts. EpiPen! We need her EpiPen! I shouted, running downstairs. Casey followed at my heels. Does she have one in her purse?
I don't know!
When seconds of scanning turned up nothing, I raced out to the car. There her purse was, in the back seat. I yanked the door open and clawed through it. There it was, the gray and orange injector, under layers of tissues and dust. I grabbed it and bolted up the stairs. My heart pounding so hard I thought I'd have a heart attack. Maribel was motionless on the floor. How do you... I started.
Give it to me!
She shouted, yanking it out of my hands. Shaking her head, she pulled off the safety cap and swung it hard into Maribel's outer thigh.
1, 2, 3.
Are you sure you're doing it right?
My brother has one.
I pulled out my phone and called 911. Maribel remained motionless on the floor. I pressed my fingers to her neck for a pulse. It was weak. I backed up, breathing hard, black dots dancing in my vision. And then I saw it. Maribel's photo, lying on the floor of the closet. It hadn't changed, even though we destroyed the camera. It hadn't changed. It still showed her on Ezra's porch. No. It didn't change, I said, shoving the photo in Casey's face.
Maybe the photos? Maybe they stay like that after the camera's broken.
Casey replied. She didn't sound convinced.
It doesn't mean she's going to die.
Or maybe we're too late. We destroyed it after the allergic reaction started. Casey didn't reply. Sirens pierced the air, and then chaos. EMTs charging up the stairs, bursting into the bedroom. I watched as they worked on Maribel, checking her pulse, propping her off the floor. And then, the words I'd been waiting to hear. She's breathing. They loaded her onto a stretcher and carried her down the stairs, then out the door. Wait, is she going to be okay? I asked, running out after them. Honestly, I don't know. We have to get her to the hospital, the EMT told me. I followed him towards the ambulance, but he held a hand up. Are you family? He asked. No. Sorry, kid. He jumped in the back and closed the doors. And that was it. Then the ambulance careened back into the street, lights flashing, siren wailing, and then silence. I stood there, frozen. She's not going to make it. We were too late. Her last photograph may have been the one on Ezra's porch, but the image that would be burned into my brain forever was this one. Her lying in the back of an ambulance, eyes closed, head twisted to the side, patchy red blotches all over her face and neck. Everyone dies at some point, even the person you're in love with. And with that reality comes some cold, hard facts. You will have a last kiss, a last hug, a last phone call, and a last time you ever see that person alive. I don't know how long I stood there, in the driveway, staring at the curve in the road where the ambulance had disappeared. But then suddenly, Casey was tugging me back.
Come on,
she said.
We need to make sure the camera was destroyed. If it was, maybe the curse is broken.
I followed her back into the house, my stomach twisting as we climbed the stairs. We made our way down the dark hallway, to the second-floor bathroom. Light spilled out from the skylight, but I still couldn't see the camera, just the shattered mirror. I forced myself to walk faster, and then I saw it. The camera was on the floor. It looked as if it had exploded from the inside. Underneath its remains, seeping into the tile floor, was a pool of dark, thick liquid that resembled blood. The same stuff that had come out of the camera on the shed when I'd first tried to destroy it. My stomach turned, It seemed too easy. Just take the photo of itself and that's it. Besides, Ezra said there would be consequences, right? For the person who made the camera self-destruct.
We should check our photos, just to be really sure. Mine's in my purse.
Casey said. I listened to her go. Then I went into my bedroom. I'd left the photo tucked in between a few books on my bookshelf, between Fermat's Enigma and Mr. Tompkins in paperback. I eased out the photograph. It was creased slightly, now dented and warped. I flipped it over. I don't know what I was expecting. Maybe a blank page, maybe complete darkness, a photo of nothing, maybe the same image as before, or maybe a photo of melting, warped colors like the photo guy at CVS had described. Either way, I hadn't expected this. The photo had changed. It showed me standing on Ezra's porch. It matched Maribel's. I swallowed, my throat dry. If the camera was killing us in order, and my last photo was now the porch photo, that proved that Maribel was going to die at any second. And then the camera was going to move on to me immediately. There were the security cameras in the hospital, for example, so I wouldn't live long enough to visit her there. Cameras at a funeral, too. Security cameras at tolls, at stoplights, at stores. You can't go very long without being under surveillance. She was going to die any minute, and I'd be right after her. The photo shook in my hands as my fingers trembled. The creak of a floorboard sounded behind me. I turned around to see Casey standing in the doorway. "Hey," I said, not knowing what else to say. I held up the photo. It changed. I'm next.
Mine changed too,
she replied in a small voice. What too? She didn't reply. She just stood in the doorway, unmoving, her lower lip trembling. Casey.
It works in order, right? And I'm last because I was photographed last?
She asked, but her voice was different. An edge to it. An undercurrent of panic, of fear, of something. Yeah, I replied.
But Maribel's probably still alive. She only left in the ambulance a few minutes ago.
She took another step into the room, standing unnaturally straight. Eye contact unwavering.
If we changed the order, if someone else died before Maribel, maybe we'd break the curse.
My heart sank as the pieces slowly fit together in my mind. What exactly are you getting at?
I'm sorry,
she replied, and then she lunged at me. Metal glinted. She was holding my mom's chef knife in the air, bringing it down towards me. Casey! I screamed. I grabbed her wrist and locked my arm, using all my strength to keep her back. God, she was strong for a 120-pound cheerleader. The silver blade shivered in the air. What are you?
If you die before Maribel, it'll screw up the order. The camera will be proven wrong,
she said through gritted teeth.
And then I won't die.
You don't even know if that's true.
I'm willing to try.
With a gasp, she yanked her hand back. The action surprised me so much. She was able to pull out of my grip, then darted towards me again, slashing the knife through the air. It made a horrible whoosh sound next to my ear. I grabbed her arms again, and we twisted and struggled, wobbling back and forth in the small room. A crash as my elbow knocked over a turtle sculpture I'd made in 8th grade. A snap of pain as my hip hit the counter of my desk. The floor shook. I got my hand on the knife and pulled as hard as I could. I got it. The knife was in my hands now. I backed away, panting, and held it up in a defensive stance. I swear, Casey, If you come any closer... She looked at me, her blue eyes wild, and then, screaming, catapulted towards me. I fell to the ground. In a flash, her hands wrapped around my neck and squeezed. I grabbed the knife. Metal. Hit flesh. I scrambled out from underneath her. Casey rolled off of me, falling to the ground. A blooming red stain in the middle of her pink t-shirt. Her eyes roved over the room, staring up at the ceiling as she fought for the last gasps of her life. I'm so sorry, I said, scrambling up and backing away. Casey, For a second, her blue eyes flicked to mine.
Fuck you, Benny.
And then her eyes went blank. I collapsed to the floor and gazed upon Casey's lifeless body, sobbing and trembling uncontrollably. I sped to the hospital, trees and grass whipping by me in a blur. My photo sat in the passenger seat, but now it was perfectly blank, white as a clean sheet of paper. I ran through the hospital hallways, my heart pounding, hoping I wasn't too late. Maribel lay in a hospital bed, her normally light brown skin tinged ashy gray. Her parents sat next to her, stone-faced, holding her hand. Is she? Her mother glanced up at me, telling me that she was going to be okay, but that it was a close call with a hoarse voice. I approached Maribel. Her face looked so peaceful, eyes closed, dark curls splayed out over the pillow. I reached for her hand, then thought better of it. Who knew what microscopic particles were still on my hands, jump-starting the reaction again. Instead, I kept my distance, just watching her, letting this image overwrite the one of her in the ambulance, motionless on a stretcher and paramedics frantically working around her. Was Casey right? Changing the order, proving the camera wrong, was that all it took to break free? I left after a few minutes. From Maribel's parents' stares, I don't think I was particularly welcome there. I walked out of the hospital, my heart soaring. A faint drizzle of rain began to fall, dark clouds gathering overhead. I got in my car, slammed the door, and picked up the photo for the last time. Just a piece of paper. I took a deep breath and ripped it straight in two. Then I started the car and pulled back out onto the road. I knew I had a long way ahead of me. The police would be at my house by now, finding Casey's body. It would be hard to prove that I killed a woman a foot shorter than me in self-defense. But Maribel was alive. She would be okay. And somehow that was all that mattered. Maybe that's what Ezra was talking about when he said whoever destroyed the camera would face consequences. Maybe the layers of fate and destiny all pull towards you like a magnet, lining things up so that you won't ever be free. Not really. Just as the camera orchestrates the deaths of those it photographs, it also lines up a plot of revenge on the person who destroyed it. But it didn't matter. The curse was broken, and the camera wouldn't hurt anyone ever again. When I reached the highway, I pulled down the window and let the two pieces of photograph flutter away into the wind. There's a dead girl in Wily Creek, and has been for over 80 years. The same dead girl, that is. Older siblings, parents, and grandparents before them all claim to have seen her in precisely the same condition she's in today, without any notable sign of decomposition. She appears freshly dead, although by what means she passed is unclear from the body, being that there are no visible injuries on display. The running theory is that she'd slipped and hit the back of her head on a rock in some way that struck the life out of her without shattering the bone, though none of us can say for sure. Her hair is red, though on the browner side of the spectrum, her eyes hazel, leaning more to green. She's always glimpsed in a dirty white dress, worn ragged at the hem, and just one boot, the other pale bare foot trailing in the water. And always whenever you see her, she's lying on her back, staring up past the overhang of trees at the sky. The local police know of the body, who we all called Old Wily on account of her age, though she only looks 19 at the most. Over the decades, cops and rescue teams have been sent out to her so many times that if they get a call about a cadaver fitting her description in the area, they no longer post out a vehicle. By the time they pull up and get their people splashing all over the creek, there's no sign of the girl, even if someone's been watching her the whole time. She disappears that fast, blinking out in the flicker of an eye. You'd think you'd made her up somehow if so many others around hadn't seen the same thing. Yet she always comes back, sprawled out in the same spot like she'd never left. What she is, I can't guess at. There's no word or manner of creature I've heard that fits. Not a soul here knows her real name, or remembers her from when she was alive. She was a drifter, townspeople reckon, having wandered homeless out into the woods hoping to sleep rough somewhere nobody would bother her. Then in whatever way she died out there, and hadn't left since, no matter what spells or prayers or exorcisms folks attempted over the years to send her away. Picking her up and carrying her out does no good either. As I said, if you try anything of that nature, you only get so far before she vanishes right out of your arms or off a stretcher. It drives folks crazy, that I can tell you. She was harmless enough, though, once lying there as she did, but scared the people. Children played in those woods. It wasn't right. Then when I was a boy, a rumor sprung up about Old Wily that ended with people thinking she wasn't so harmless after all. Which is only a surprise in that it wasn't realized before. For some reason, a bunch of teenagers had gotten it into their heads that the dead girl had powers of some nature. That, like a monkey paw or some other paranormal artifact, you could ask something of her and she'd give it up to you just as long as you did her a favor. That favor, as the rumor went, was killing her again. Mind you, plenty of people had tried it over the years, thinking she was some kind of vampire or demon you could stake or burn to set free, and it never worked. Sure, she'd bleed from a puncture wound or she'd go up in flames till all that was left of her was wet ash. But the next day she'd just be as she was, square on her back in the creek. But nobody had attempted to drown her, and that was what those young people started doing with Old Wily, having the idea somehow that this was what she wanted, that she'd pay them back for their kindness. Where they got the notion is anyone's guess. Someone had heard it from somebody else. Old Wily had whispered it in Luke Singer's brother's ear to do it, I even heard said. All talk, I'm sure, the kids will say. The way kids will. But as it happens, my older cousin Franklin was the first to try the ritual one afternoon, surrounded by a gang of friends all playing hooky so they could see the dead girl ducked like a witch in the water. I'll confess now that I was there too, though too young by far to see the things I did. As we all stood around talking amongst ourselves, Franklin took old Wily under the arms and dragged her deeper into the creek, holding her head down for a time until he thought it was long enough. Being that she was already dead, it wasn't easy to say when she'd be done or if she'd be satisfied. But after 2 minutes had gone by, he hauled her out back to her usual spot and knelt down to whisper in her ear whatever it was that he wanted in return. Money, I guess. A new car, maybe, since he totaled the old one, and my uncle had sworn up and down he'd never buy him so much as a tricycle again. Something stupid and shallow, anyway. Hardly worth what he'd do to gain it. Nothing a dead girl could give him, no matter what she was. It was as Franklin was scrambling up from the rocks that he paused and lowered his head again, almost like he was listening to something. None of us others heard a single word, though later some of the kids would swear they'd seen the dead girl's lips move, even if they'd been standing too far from that spot to say whether they truly had or not. Next thing you know, Franklin was rocking on his heels looking like a sick animal. That's the only way I could think to describe it, with the way his eyes stared around, not knowing any of us, and some sort of grin on his face that in hindsight I don't reckon was a smile at all. "Frankie," I said, all nerves. "What's up?" "Nothing," he said, and when he laughed, we all stumbled back across the rocks in surprise at how loud he was. "Nothing. She's gonna give me what I wanted, that's all." Just like that, the mood changed, and we all clapped each other on the back and started whooping. A couple of the other kids played out the ritual over the next few days, though. I wasn't there on those occasions to bear witness, nor did I notice how they were afterwards. Word travels fast in a small town, is all. Franklin seemed on such a high that all of us assumed whatever it was he requested was either here or on its way. He joked and threw basement parties, passed around the booze he'd lifted from his father as though it cost him nothing to get. Though I heard about all the hell he caught afterwards from Uncle Jim. To us kids, this was a celebration of a winner. Someone who'd done something daring and come out of it the better. But had I known what I do now, I would have looked at Franklin a little closer, asked him the questions I raised too late to do much good. Young as I was, I only realized that there was something badly wrong with him 2 weeks after the ritual with old Wily. Franklin was sitting in a lawn chair in his backyard that night, looking out into the trees that ran down into the woods around the creek. He'd lost more weight than should have been possible in such a short time. Face as tight around his skull as the skin of a balloon. His eyes had that animal look I'd seen at the creek, feral and desperate. It scared me like hell. As I reached out to nudge Franklin's arm, he jumped out of his seat away from me, brushing his sleeve off the touch as though I had dirt on my hands. "What's going on with you?" I asked. "You've been acting crazy since that stuff with old Wily." "Who's crazy?" he snapped back at me. "You don't know shit." But he said it with a liar's guilt, his gaze a mile from mine. "Frankie, I'm serious. Did she really say something to you?" He shook his head, but again he was telling a lie. The skin on my neck crawled up and down with a sort of dread, and as I opened my mouth to fire out another question, he finally spoke. "That thing I asked for," said Franklin. "It's coming tomorrow." He smiled with all his teeth, but the rest of him was wired with hysteria, his feet tapping, his hands flexing around the open air. I stared at him, unsure of what to make of his behavior. She said that's when it would happen? Franklin's head bobbed wildly on his neck, and I moved away from him towards the house, unnerved. I didn't repeat what he'd told me to anyone. The ritual was a secret to be kept from the adults that would ban us from the creek the second they got wind of it. And besides, I couldn't prove that it meant anything, least of all something bad. When the following morning rolled around, Uncle Jim came knocking on the door of my house, asking if Franklin was there. He'd gone missing that night, he said, having snuck out of the back door after Uncle Jim and Aunt Sarah were asleep. Being that Franklin never did anything crazy without inviting me along with him, I knew bad news was on its way. I just didn't know where from, or how. It was later that afternoon that word reached us that there was some commotion down at Wily Creek. We saw 6 or 7 cars heading out there, one of which idled outside the house as my father approached, the driver's face white and oily over the rolled-down window. "Ought to get yourself out there, Stan," he said. "They're saying your nephew's in a bad way, and he ain't the only one either." "How bad?" my father asked him in alarm. But the driver wouldn't say, taking off before he could wring another word out of him. I insisted on joining my father as he cut through the woods, trailing close behind him with a sense of fear on me like a sweating sickness. A crowd of people, old and young, were milling around the creek, oddly silent for such a collected number. I briefly saw my aunt and uncle clinging to each other before my father grabbed me by the shoulders, wrenching me in the other direction. "You don't need to see this," he told me. "Get out of here." But I was a strong kid for my age, and so I got myself out from under his arm and looked down at the creek even as my dad cursed and objected in my ear. Where usually there was just one body floating in the creek, there were now many. All of them people I knew. All of them those who'd taken part in the ritual. My cousin was among them, bobbing lazily between the stones, his dead eyes no longer animal-like in their emptiness. The dead girl that had started it all lay at the heart of the water, and I could swear her pale mouth looked damn near like it was smiling at what she'd done. The corpses were taken away, all of them allowed to leave the creek, but she, avoidant as always of being moved in any way she didn't ask for. In absence of knowing what else to do, town officials fenced off the area and put up signs warning people not to trespass, which, truthfully, had little effect. Kids will be kids, and looky-loos of all types still make their way down to gawp at old Wily whenever they fancy it. What she said to all of those youths, I'll never know. Not one of the dead had ever spoken of it to anyone, I'm told, nor detailed what it was they wanted out of her. Some think that girl told them to drown themselves out of spite, that they walked down into the water helpless against the terror of knowing the end before them. She was an old woman, after all. Maybe not even a woman at all. But something that only looked like one to all of us. Something knotted up in the husk of itself, hating us all. Others say that the kind of things those kids wanted were the sort they'd only ever get through dying. That it was death itself they truly asked for and the thrill they sought from her. But I don't hold with either theory. though I can't say why I'm so set against them both. The longer I think on it, the more certain I am that, for the first time since she died, old Wily sat up and pushed each one of those young people down under the water with her own hands. But I'll never be sure, and I'll never get close enough to the dead girl to ask her. This all started about 16 years ago when Rachel left me. Not that I blame her. I was a mess back then. Hell, I'm a mess right now, just a different kind of mess. We'd been together for 4 years, and I thought we were going to get married. I had the ring and everything. But apparently my opinions on taking things slow and her opinions on building a future together were two very different things. After she moved out, I pretty much became a hermit. I work as a freelance developer, mostly building AI algorithms for tech companies, so I was already working from home most days. It was easy to just stop leaving. I'd order groceries online, get everything delivered, and spend my days coding and my nights drinking cheap beer while scrolling through Netflix. The only place I'd go was Murphy's, this little dive bar around the corner from my apartment. Even then, it was just to sit alone, nurse a couple of Budweisers, and pretend I was being social. Jimmy knew my order and knew not to bother me with small talk. It was perfect. My mom would call every few days, asking when she could come visit or when I was coming home for dinner. My friends would text about hanging out, grabbing drinks, going to concerts. I ignored most of it. It was easier to just stay in my bubble and feel sorry for myself. Rachel had moved on. I could see her Instagram posts of her new life, new boyfriend, new everything. Meanwhile, I was wearing the same sweatpants 3 days straight and eating cereal for dinner. That's when he showed up. It was a Tuesday in February, around 2 p.m. I remember because I was in the middle of debugging some neural network code when the doorbell rang. I almost didn't answer it. I wasn't expecting any deliveries, and I definitely wasn't in the mood for Jehovah's Witnesses or solar panel salesmen. But something made me get up and look through the people. He was tall, maybe in his 50s, wearing an expensive-looking gray suit that probably cost more than my rent. Perfectly groomed silver hair, kind of confident smile that made you trust him immediately. He looked like he belonged in a boardroom, not standing outside my shitty apartment building. I opened the door, probably looking like I've been living in a cave for months, which wasn't far from the truth.
Mr. Walker?
His voice was smooth, professional. Yeah, that's me. Can I help you?
I certainly hope so. My name is Mr. Blackwood, and I have a proposition that might interest you.
He glanced past me into my apartment, taking in the empty beer bottles, the clothes draped over furniture, the general disaster that was my life.
May I come in?
Everything in my brain was screaming that this was wrong, but there was something about his presence that made me step aside and let him in. He sat down on my couch like he owned the place, completely unfazed by the mess.
Mr. Walker, I'll get straight to the point. I represent certain interested parties who are conducting a social experiment. We're looking for individuals who might be willing to participate in an extended isolation study.
Isolation study?
Quite simple, really. you would agree to remain inside your residence for exactly 1 year. No leaving, not even to step outside for fresh air. No exceptions whatsoever. In exchange, you will receive $1 million upon successful completion.
I stared at him for a long moment, waiting for the punchline. You're serious?
Completely. You can continue working, use the internet, order anything you need for delivery. The only requirement is that you cannot physically leave this apartment for 365 consecutive days.
$1 million. I made decent money coding, but $1 million would change everything. I could pay off my student loans, my credit cards, maybe even buy a house. And honestly, the way I'd been living for the past few months, I was basically already doing it for free. What's the catch? Mr. Blackwood smiled.
No catch. Simply a year of your life in exchange for financial freedom. We'll provide you with a direct deposit of $50,000 up front to cover any expenses, and the remaining $950,000 upon completion.
He pulled out a contract from his briefcase. It was surprisingly short. Just 2 pages of legal language that basically said I couldn't leave my apartment for a year, and if I did, I'd forfeit the money and have to pay back the advance. I should have asked more questions. I should have wondered who these interested parties were, or why they'd pay someone $1 million to stay home. But I was depressed, broke, and honestly, the idea of having an excuse to avoid the world for a while sounded perfect. I signed the contract. To be honest, the first few months were actually amazing. The $50,000 hit my account before I had even woken up the next day. And suddenly I could afford good food, better beer, and all the video games and streaming services I wanted. I threw myself into work with a new enthusiasm, taking on bigger projects and making more money than I'd ever made before. My friends thought I was crazy when I told them about the deal, but most of them were also kind of jealous.
Dude, you're getting paid $1 million to do what you're already doing.
My buddy Marcus said during one of our video calls.
That's the easiest money ever.
Even my mom was supportive, though she worried about my mental health.
Just promise me you'll call if you need anything, honey, and maybe try to eat some vegetables once in a while.
I started talking to myself around month 4, but it didn't feel weird. Just little comments while I was coding, or narrating what I was doing while cooking. Alright, let's see if this algorithm actually works this time. Normal stuff. Everyone talks to themselves sometimes, right? The hardest part was the loneliness that would hit at random moments. I'd be having a great day, crushing some coding project, and then I'd see a photo on social media of my friends hanging out without me, and it would feel like a punch to the gut. But I had video calls, texting, social media. I wasn't completely cut off from the world. When the year was up, Mr. Blackwood returned exactly as promised. He handed me a check for $950,000 with that same professional smile.
Congratulations, Mr. Walker. I trust the experience wasn't too difficult.
Actually, it was easier than I expected.
Excellent. In that case, I have another proposition for you.
My heart started racing. I'd been dreading this moment ending, going back to the real world, figuring out what to do with my life.
5 more years, Mr. Walker. Same rules, same apartment. In exchange, $10 million.
$10 million. That was retire early, never work again money. That was buy a house in cash, travel the world money. And honestly, I'd gotten pretty comfortable with my setup. 5 years would fly by. I signed the second contract without hesitation. The first year of the 5-year deal went smoothly. I was making great money with my coding work. I'd settled into a routine, and I was actually happier than I'd been since Rachel left. I'd lost some weight, started working out in my apartment, even tried meditation. My friends joked that isolation was the best thing that ever happened to me. But then things started going wrong. It was during year 2 that Rachel called. I saw her name on my phone and almost didn't answer, but curiosity got the better of me.
Hey, David.
Her voice was exactly the same, and it hit me like a freight train. Rachel, hi. I wasn't expecting to hear from you.
I know this is random, but I've been thinking about you lately. About us. I was wondering if maybe we could get lunch sometime. Just to talk, you know? I think we both made some mistakes.
My heart was pounding so hard I thought it might explode. This was what I'd been hoping for, dreaming about, for years. She wanted to try again, but I can't.
You can't? Are you seeing someone?
No, it's not that. I literally can't leave my apartment right now. It's complicated. There was a long silence.
David, what the hell are you talking about? Are you under house arrest or something?
I tried to explain about the deal, the money, how I had only 3 more years left. But even as I said it, I could hear how insane it sounded. A few deafeningly quiet moments passed before she finally responded.
You're still exactly the same, aren't you? Choosing money over us? Over the chance to fix what we had?
It's not that simple, Rachel. It's $10 million. Think about what we could do with that kind of money. We could...
I can't believe you right now. I thought maybe you'd changed, but you're still just a weak little man-child who refuses to take responsibility for anything.
She hung up. I called back 17 times. She never answered. That night, I sat in my apartment and cried for the first time since she'd left. But I didn't break the contract. 3 more years, I told myself. 3 more years and I'd have enough money to win her back, to prove that I could provide for her, for us. In year 3, my mom called with news that made all of my veins freeze.
Honey, I need to tell you something. I went to the doctor's last week for my annual checkup, and they found a lump in my breast. They're doing more tests, but they think it might...
Her voice faded into an orchestra of muffled chaos as her words sunk in. My world stopped. My mom was only 58. She was supposed to have decades left. She was supposed to meet my future kids, see me get married, grow old gracefully.
Do you think that nice gentleman would understand and let you come home for a while, sweetie?
Her voice cracked. I paused for a moment. My breath became short as I weighed the options. $10 million is so much to abandon, especially if the tests were to come back benign. But it's my mom. I could feel the tears welling up in my cheeks, moving toward my eyes. I must have been silent for a little too long as I decided, because she felt the need to interject.
No, it's fine. Forget I asked at all. I'm sorry, honey. I shouldn't have put you through that kind of stress. You've been working really hard, and who knows? With that kind of money, you'd be able to afford any treatment, even from God himself.
She tried to laugh. She made me promise not to break the contract. Against every instinct in my body, I stayed in my apartment. The cancer was aggressive, stage 3 by the time they caught it. I watched my mom fight through video calls, seeing her get thinner and weaker with each round of chemo. I sent her money for the best treatments, the most expensive doctors, but it wasn't enough. My friends stopped calling as much. Marcus got married in year 4. I watched the wedding through a live stream he set up for me.
It's not the same without you here, man,
he said during our call afterwards.
Sarah asks about you all the time. She thinks you've lost your mind.
Maybe I had. I was talking to myself constantly now, having full conversations with imaginary people. I'd argue with my reflection in the bathroom mirror. I'd narrate my entire day out loud just to hear a human voice, even if it was my own.
Okay, David, time to make some coffee. Ethiopian beans today, because we're feeling fancy. Aren't we feeling fancy? Yes, we are definitely feeling fancy.
I started leaving the TV on 24/7 just to have background noise, background voices. I knew every episode of The Office by heart. I could recite entire scenes from Friends. These fictional people became more real to me than my actual friends and family. My mom died on a Tuesday in February, year 5, day 364, one day before my contract was up. I got the call from my Aunt Linda at 6:47 a.m.
She fought so hard, David, right up until the end. She kept talking about how proud she was of you, how excited she was to see you when you were finished with your project.
I hung up the phone and screamed until my throat was raw. I put my fist through the bathroom mirror. I threw my laptop across the room and watched it shatter against the wall. But I didn't leave. I couldn't leave. Not with one day left. Not when I was so close. Mr. Blackwood showed up exactly 24 hours later at 6:47 a.m. He handed me a check for $10 million.
My condolences on your recent loss, Mr. Walker.
Of course he knew. I was about to tell him to go fuck himself when he smiled and continued.
I have one final proposition for you. 10 more years. Same arrangement, but this time, we'll make it worth your while. $100 million.
$100 million. Now that was some real fuck you money. Enough money to buy anything, go anywhere, do whatever I wanted. Enough money to make sure my mom's death wasn't for nothing. Enough money to win Rachel back, to show her what I'd accomplished.
Why?
I asked.
Why me? Why any of this?
Because you're very, very good at it, Mr. Walker. Most people break by year 2. You've made it 5 years, and you're still functional.
I looked around my apartment, my self-prescribed tomb, my prison, my home.
10 years?
10 years.
I signed the 3rd contract. The next decade was a blur of darkness. I stopped working. What was the point? With the upfront deposits and previous checks, I had enough money to last multiple lifetimes. I stopped showering regularly, stopped cleaning, stopped caring about anything. I'd sleep for 16 hours a day and spend the other 8 staring at screens, watching other people live their lives. Rachel got married. I saw the photos on Facebook before I finally deleted all my social media accounts. She looked so happy, radiant. Everything I could have given her if I hadn't been so fucking greedy. Marcus and Sarah had 3 kids. I watched them grow up through Christmas cards and sporadic texts that eventually stopped coming altogether. They stopped asking when I'd be done with my project. They stopped asking about me at all. I started seeing things that weren't there. Shadows moving in my peripheral vision. Voices calling my name from the hallway outside my door. Sometimes I'd spend hours talking with my mom on the phone before realizing how long she had been dead. The apartment started falling apart around me. I'd patched things just enough to keep them functional, but I stopped caring about making the place livable. The walls were stained, the carpet was torn, everything smelled like despair and stale air. By year 8, I was barely human anymore. I'd go days without speaking out loud, weeks without looking in a mirror. I forgot what my own voice sounded like. I forgot what it felt like to touch another person, to breathe fresh air, to feel sunlight on my skin. When Mr. Blackwood finally returned, he walked through my front door as if he had already had the key. He looked the same as the day I met him. I was sitting in the same spot I had been for the past 3 days, staring at a TV that had been broken for months, reciting lines from How I Met Your Mother.
Congratulations, Mr. Walker.
He handed me a check. $100 million.
You did it.
I took the check with shaking hands. My fingernails were long and yellow. I probably smelled like death. So, I said, my voice hoarse from disuse. What's next? $1 billion for 20 years? There was a tone in my voice that hinted at sarcasm, but part of me truly wanted an excuse to just lie here for a little longer. Mr. Blackwood laughed, a genuine sound of amusement.
Oh no, Mr. Walker. You've earned this. You've given us everything we've needed. You're free to go.
Free to go. 16 years later, I was free to go. I walked outside for the first time in over a decade and immediately collapsed. The sunlight was too bright, the air was too fresh, the sounds of traffic and people too overwhelming. I sat on the sidewalk and vomited until there was nothing left before passing out. I came to in a pool of my own waste, barely coherent but aware enough to get my bearings. After all this time inside, I wasn't sure where to go. The streets looked unfamiliar after years of construction and local tax dollars. But there was one place I was sure would still be open. I went to Murphy's. Jimmy wasn't there anymore. He'd retired years ago. The new bartender didn't know my order, didn't know to leave me alone. Everything was different. I sat there with my beer, surrounded by people half my age. Every time I tried to join in, the words feel foreign in my mouth, desperate for any kind of connection. I offer to buy drinks for strangers, thinking maybe my newfound wealth can at least purchase some temporary companionship. But each time I would try to pay for someone else, my card would be declined. Within minutes, my phone buzzes with a text from an unknown number.
That money is for you, Mr. Walker.
You know the kind of town where everyone knows everyone? Where the local diner serves coffee in mugs stamped with your name, and everyone will lend a hand to a neighbor in need? A place where generations of families grew up together? Well, that is the sort of place where I live. Sure, it is a bit rustic. Hell, I barely have reliable internet. But it is nice enough for us. It's the kind of place where time feels like it's standing still. Except for one thing. The nights. The nights here are a little different. I've lived here all my life, and there's no place I'd rather be. Or, at least, that's what I used to think. This place has its quirks like any small town, but there's a big one that stands out for us. You see, every night, without fail, at 11:38 p.m., the town locks down. I'm not talking about just closing up shops and less people being out and about. I'm talking about a real lockdown. Doors slam shut and barred, windows rattle and lock, and everyone knows they have to be inside and stay inside. At least for what happens next. The next part is strange. No one ever sees anything moving out there directly, but we all just know. We just know that somehow, something outside is trying to get in. An eerie silence falls over the streets. It's like the whole town is holding its breath. Then, in 12 minutes exactly, it's just over. I've always wondered why it happens at exactly 11:38 p.m. People here don't talk about it much, but when they do, they whisper. They say it's just the way things are, that it's been happening for as long as anyone can remember. But I know better. I've seen it. Whatever it is. The first time I noticed it, I was still pretty young. I think I was 10 or 11. I stayed up late reading some of my favorite comic books. My parents warned me, like many other kids in town, that we'd had to go to bed early. But if we did get up, then absolutely no leaving the house or leaving any windows or doors open. I was not asleep, but was still following the rules when I heard the strangest sound. It was a low, guttural hum that seemed to vibrate through the walls. I looked out the window, and that's when I saw it. The streets were empty, but there was a presence. It's hard to describe. It wasn't a person or an animal. It was something else. Something that didn't feel like it belonged. It moved in this strange, jerky motion like it wasn't entirely in control of its own body. It radiated a disturbing sense of distortion that made my head hurt and my eyes had a difficult time focusing on it. I could feel this overwhelming sense of hunger that made my skin crawl. Before I knew it, it was over. It had passed my house and I realized I had been staring out my window in a hypnotic daze. It was almost midnight, and I went to sleep and did not tell my parents about the disturbing thing I had seen. I didn't see it again for years, but the feeling never left. Every night at 11:38 on the dot, when the town shuts down, I know it is there. We all try to act like it's not, just behave like we have a strict curfew and that nothing is really out there. Yet the people who are too bold or foolish and think that it's nothing, well, they don't last long. Those of us who are still here know that whatever that thing is, it's out there. Stalking, hunting, looking for anything. An open window, a cracked door. Disappearances are frequent, especially for such a small town. The police have a whole song and dance for anyone who goes missing from the outside, but when it is a resident, well, it is more of a case where the families of the victims are reprimanded for not having known better. No one knows why the window of time is mercifully brief. Almost just as suddenly as it starts, it's over. By 11:50 p.m., the streets are quiet again, and the town feels normal. But it's not normal. It never was. People here have learned to live with it. They lock their doors, shut their windows, and pretend it's not happening. I asked my parents why we don't just move, and they never gave me a good answer. All they'd say was it wouldn't do any good. We have to endure. It has to be here. It is safer for everyone if it's here. It did not make sense. I know people can get attached to places, but it felt crazy to me. I couldn't just pretend this was normal. Not after what I saw. Not after what I felt. There was something out there, and it was worse than anyone would believe. It was just recently that I saw it again. It was a normal night, at least as normal as nights could be in my town. I was getting ready to go to bed when I noticed that my cat Quincy was missing. I looked everywhere, but I couldn't find him. Then I heard something and looked through the window to spot a familiar shape, and my heart sank. He was outside. He must have gotten out when I had come home earlier and was sauntering along the sidewalk, clueless to the impending danger. The time was 11:36 p.m. I had no idea if the creature did anything to animals, but I did not want to find out. I had never let Quincy outside before, and he did not come back to my shouted calls for his return. I had to do something dangerous and stupid to save him. I rushed outside, sprinting toward him and trying to grab him and bring him in before it was too late. I managed to reach him and pick him up, but then I froze when I sensed a presence as I was scrambling back to my door. Quincy's ears folded back and he hissed. I felt paralyzed, and then I thought I saw it again. It was different this time, larger and more overwhelming than before. Its presence seemed to fill the entire street, pressing against the houses like an unseen force. I tried to run, but my legs wouldn't move. I was frozen in place, my breath caught in my throat. To my horror, it seemed to finally regard me. Quincy jumped out of my hands and ran back to my house. He had fortunately evaded whatever interest the thing might have had with him. The creature's head twisted unnaturally in my direction, its distorted features coalescing into more recognizable shapes. Staring into the grotesque visage forced a scream out of me as I beheld the blasphemous impossibility. I turned and sprinted away, screaming like a maniac, my heart hammering against my ribcage with such force that each beat felt like it might crack my chest open. The sound of its pursuit echoed behind me, a wet slapping noise like a monstrous jellyfish gliding across the ground. Its deafening roar filled the air, shaking the ground beneath my feet as I ran for my life. I did not know if I could get away. No one I knew had been outside and survived. I ducked into an alley, my hands shaking as I pressed myself against the wall. My breath came in short, sharp gasps, and I could feel sweat dripping down my face. I didn't dare look around the corner. I didn't dare move. And then I heard the harrowing screams. They sliced through the air, piercing and full of terror. My heart raced as I strained to see who was making them, but all I could make out were shadowy figures caught in the open. The screams were short, sharp, and then they were swallowed by the night. The deafening silence that followed only added to the fear weighing down on me. I stayed pressed against the wall, trying to make myself as small and invisible as possible. The darkness seemed to come alive with every creak and rustle, amplifying my fear. I held my breath until I heard the sound of the creature moving away. And then, just like that, it was gone. But the eerie stillness lingered, haunting me even after the clock struck 11:50 p.m. The streets were once again quiet, but my nerves were still on edge. I stumbled back to my house, every step feeling like a race against time. Quincy waited anxiously at the door and bolted inside with me, seeking shelter. The horrible night had left me shaking, but grateful to be alive. Whatever that thing is, it does not belong in this world. It is not of this time or place, and its presence is so unsettling it makes your mind ache just to catch a glimpse of it. No one can tell of its origins. Maybe they are lost in the depths of history. But whatever its history, it remains. Always there, lurking in the shadows every night without fail. At that point, I did the only thing you probably think everyone should have done by now. I left my hometown. I moved to the largest city I could reach to get away from it all. My parents did not approve. In fact, they tried to tell me I could not go. I was so desperate to get out of there that I had to sneak away in the early morning when they could not interfere. I never understood why we all stayed there and tried to ignore the eldritch nightmare that haunted us at night. It seemed so simple, and I felt better at first. The city felt alive with the hum of traffic and the distant chatter of people during the day. A cacophony that made me feel safe, anonymous. Indeed, I thought I'd left the nightmare behind, that the creature was just a memory, a relic of a past I could bury. My new apartment is a cozy studio on the 5th floor, with a view of the bustling streets below. High enough where looking out the window does not fill me with dread at night. Unfortunately, something happened last night that has shattered the fragile illusion of my peaceful transition. On the first night in my new place, I sat on the edge of my bed, flipping through a magazine to distract myself from the creeping unease that had settled in the pit of my stomach. The clock on the nightstand read 11:28 p.m. I told myself I was being paranoid, that the creature was gone, that I was safe now. But the weight of my past lingered, a shadow in the corner of my mind that I could not shake. By 11:38 p.m., the city outside my window was eerily quiet. The usual sounds of traffic and distant music had faded, replaced by an unsettling stillness. I tried to focus on the magazine, but my eyes kept drifting toward the window, the darkness beyond the glass pressing in on me. And then I heard it, a soft, tentative tap against the pane. My heart skipped a beat. I froze, the magazine slipping from my fingers and falling to the floor. The sound was light, almost imperceptible, but it sent a chill coursing through my veins. I told myself it was nothing, that I was just being paranoid. But then it came again, another tap, this time more insistent. I didn't move, I didn't breathe. My eyes were fixed on the window, the darkness beyond it seeming to pulse with a life of its own. The tapping stopped, and for a moment, there was nothing but silence. Then a faint scratching sound like claws on glass. My heart sank. I knew that sound. I knew what it meant. Slowly, with my legs trembling beneath me, I rose from the bed and approached the window. My hand reached for the curtain, hesitated, and then with a deep, shaky breath, I pulled it back. What I saw made me freeze in terror. The creature was perched on the fire escape outside my window, its twisted form silhouetted against the moonlit sky. Its eyes glowed with an unnatural light, and its presence seemed to fill the room, pressing in on me with an unspeakable horror. I tried to scream, but the sound caught in my throat. The creature's head tilted to the side, its gaze locked on mine, and I felt a wave of dread wash over me. It was here. It had followed me. And then, as if in slow motion, its mouth opened, revealing rows of jagged teeth. and it let out a low, guttural growl. The sound shattered the paralysis that held me in place. I stumbled back, my voice finally breaking free in a raw, terrified scream. The creature's form seemed to blur and shift, its presence filling the room with an unspeakable darkness. And then everything went black. I regained consciousness, and I know it's not over. There is no escape from this thing that has followed me. I consider what my parents had said when I asked them why we never moved. With dawning horror, I realized the truth of their words. It is safer for everyone if it's here. They did not mean it was safer for us. They meant it was safer for everyone else. They knew the danger. They stayed to keep it there. Now, in my ignorance, I have made a huge mistake. Somehow, it knew I left. It has followed me here, to a place where over 1 million people will soon know about its existence, and maybe more if it moves beyond that. I am so sorry for bringing it here. I didn't know. Please, for your own safety, stay inside between 11:38 p.m. and 11:50 p.m. By now, it might not be safe wherever you are as well. Let me start this off by saying that I am not a porn addict. And if I make it through this, I am never going to visit a porn site again. Last week, I broke things off with my girlfriend of 3 years when I came home from work to find her with 2 other guys in our bed. I fell into a bit of a depression and spent the next week getting fucking drunk trying to forget about her. I was so deeply in love with her, I was probably coming off as beyond pathetic. She would call my phone begging for forgiveness, and it took everything in me to block her number. Some time passed, and one night after I had guzzled a few beers, I was feeling a little frisky, and decided to fire up my old desktop for some quality one-on-one time with myself. Now this is where shit gets weird. You've probably seen those ads on porn sites like, "Fuck local MILFs in your area tonight." Don't kid yourselves, I know you have. I saw one of those, but I almost spit out my sip of beer in laughter at the headline. "Fuck a local witch tonight," the caption read, accompanied by a picture of a hot young blonde and a redhead, both dressed in nothing but a couple of traditional long pointy black witch hats with buckles above the brim. The fuck is this? I remember chuckling to myself. I had to investigate further and clicked the pop-up. It brought me to a page that looked like a Tinder clone, and I was prompted to set up a profile. After triple checking with my antivirus program to confirm I wouldn't lose my credit card information or anything, I decided to join. This was the most fun that I'd had since the breakup, and I wasn't even thinking about what's-her-face as I set up the account. After about 5 minutes of the usual song and dance where I picked the best pictures of myself and wrote a little blurb for my profile, I was ready to begin swiping. I began clicking yes on just about every goth girl I saw, and within a couple of minutes, I had run out of profiles. I was about to close the site when I got a notification for a match. And a message. "Hey," it read. "Hey yourself," I replied, cringing at how unsmooth my words were. I double-checked her profile and saw that she was only a mile away from me. She had only one photo of herself, but that was all I needed to go off of. She wore purple lipstick in the picture, with matching purple hair, and a black leather corset that looked like it was threatening to pop off of her at any second. I was smitten. We talked for a couple more minutes, before she dropped the big message. "Why don't you just come over? We're very close." I don't think my shoes were tied up before I jumped out of the house and into my car. I was on such a mixed buzz of beers and endorphins I just felt invincible. Never mind the dangers of drunk driving or showing up to a stranger's house at 1 in the morning. Her place was just down the block from mine, but it was enough out of the way that I had never been there myself. It just led into the suburbs, out of the way of any place I would ever need to actually be. My jaw almost hit the floor when I saw her house. Must have been the oldest place in the area. It looked like it was built by some wealthy family 100 years ago. I'm no expert in architecture, and can only go on record as saying it reminded me of where Lizzie Borden may have lived. I started to get cold feet as I approached her porch. The situation I was in was becoming too real for me. It was one thing to flirt online, but the reality of who or what was behind that door was starting to tie knots in my stomach. Fighting every ounce of sensible being that was left, behind my facade of 5 beers and a hard-on strong enough to make a temple of nuns cry, I rang the doorbell. I was pleasantly surprised when she answered the door, and equally horrified when I realized I had no idea what her name was. I decided to open with a, "Hey," leaning into the doorway and holding back on every urge I had to pull finger guns and wink or some other cheesy move. I don't know if that was just my own awkward self, or maybe a curse placed on me by the lone Budweiser I'd left on my dresser to watch me guzzle their friends. Whatever. I was in. I remember taking off my shoes as she spoke to me. I don't really remember what she said or how she said it, but I do remember sipping wine on a couch with her, and the next, I was in her bed. I wish I had more details to go off of, but I must have blacked out somehow during my time there. I just remember a couple of flashes of her on top of me, when she looked exactly like she did in her photo. But the next, her plump purple-colored lips faded to a withered and dried-out black, all flaky and cold like the old coals of a smoldered fire. Her skin hung from her body like wax trying to run off a burning candle wick. She looked older than anybody I had ever seen alive. The last thing I remember from that night was her standing over my body inside a circle of blue candles, their tips all burning a bright orange as she mumbled something to herself. Finally, she mumbled something a little louder, then all the candles went out. That's the last thing I remember before waking up in my bed today. I was clutching my head like I had the worst hangover of the century. I felt itchy all over my body. But the worst was when I went to the bathroom to shower and found these purple welts all over my junk. They were swelling, and I almost threw up at the pure shock and disgust I felt looking at them. I turned on the shower to a scorching hot temperature, just hoping to take the swelling down or melt them off altogether. That was my worst mistake, besides showing up to that chick's house in the first place. The warts began to pop, one by one, and these little tiny black things began to fly out of them. They couldn't have been bigger than a common housefly, but they all started to pile up in the corner of the room, getting to be roughly as big as a grapefruit. I screamed and turned the shower off as I threw a shampoo bottle at the growing black mass. They began to scatter under the bathroom door or down the sink. I stood there, naked and afraid in the shower, before shaking myself to my senses and grabbing a towel to throw on before heading back to my room. I immediately turned my PC on and went to my search history to find the dating site I had used the night before to find the source of my living nightmare. But there was no trace of it. I tried every possible name the site could have been called, but I turned up empty-handed. All the while, purple warts had begun to form on my chest and arms. I had one Hail Mary left, though. I checked my car's GPS and found the address I had gone to the night before. I plugged the coordinates back in and put my foot to the floor. And just like the first time, my jaw hung by its hinges when I saw her house again, but for the wrong reasons. I found myself standing in front of a dilapidated, run-down old mess of a house, with a sign in the front stating a date for its demolition. I got closer to inspect. The lawn was feral and long, like it hadn't been touched in a decade or more. The windows and front door were boarded up with some form of trespassers beware sign on all of them. Defeated, I came home and began recording this. But I've been here doing that for a while now, and my situation is just getting worse. The warts on my chest and arms have been getting so big they've been pushing against each other until they burst open. The things that keep coming out of them are just getting bigger and bigger, too. They're now piling into the corner of my room. They've gotten to the size and shape of a featureless toddler now. I threw a chair at it, but it contorted itself like a rag doll, bending at an inhuman angle to avoid it. I'm very scared. The warts have been growing over my face and almost completely obscuring my vision too. I can now hear that thing in the corner mimicking human breath. I don't know what it's trying to do or what it thinks it can accomplish, but I'm calling an ambulance and the police before I just become a hive for those things to spawn. I'll try to leave updates if anything else occurs. But I'm afraid this might be the last anyone hears of me. Please, everyone, avoid witch dating sites at all cost. I wish I had. Fuck. About 2 years ago, Marty moved in. I had a 4-bedroom house in Lake Worth, Florida, and had recently been put on furlough at the workplace, so I needed a roommate. At first I didn't think I was going to take him as a roommate, seeing as he was 32 years older than me, extremely fat, and he warned me that he is mentally ill, being a pathological liar, and having something ranging between borderline personality disorder and manic depression. But this is South Florida, and the only other options were older people, fans of Sublime, and drugs. Against my girlfriend Michelle's reservations, I called him back after 2 weeks of failed interviews. Marty was the one who told us about the antique sale, about a year after he moved in. There are estate sales involving the wealthy all over South Florida, but he knew of a place that did a running auction every week and had incredible prices. Michelle was actually so thrilled she pretended not to be disgusted by Marty, who generally hid in his room, smoked pot, and cried a lot. I had secretly gotten used to him. Michelle had moved in about 6 months after him and didn't seem to mind the additional household income. She had graduated with a degree in healthcare administration and was getting desperate about the lack of job opportunities, making her a bit curt at the time. But she is a sweetheart by default, and her love of horror movies and pot eventually made me consider proposing to her. Marty had eventually told me that he moved in because his mother had passed away, and she was working herself to the bone until the day she died to support him. He was pretty old at 61, but he still wasn't able to make more than minimum wage because of his emotional instability. He came home covered in sweat every day after taking the Palm Tran bus system to his data entry job in Boca Raton. I was worried he might kill himself on the best days, and I was pretty happy that Michelle actually feigned an interest in the poor guy's well-being during the days leading up to our expedition to a massive, poorly ventilated warehouse far out west in the swamps of Loxahatchee. The goods were all on display, antiques that were both expensive and cheap-looking, by virtue of them being crammed together with Tiffany lamps resting on cheap kitchen tables. Michelle noticed it in a moment. A set of dark wood tropical-themed bedroom furniture that looked like it had been hand-carved. The porters working the auction looked at each other queasily when she settled on the set, probably aware of how heavy it must be. She fumbled her bright red hair into a knot and tugged desperately at the corner of a pallet, unable to even get a small nightstand to budge. For some reason, this delighted her, and I could tell from the smile on her face that the cost of Marty continuing to live in my house was my bedroom looking like a tropical tomb. Marty stared transfixed to an amazing, massive old television set from the 1970s, complete with a phone and turntable that looked like it would be at home on the show Mad Men. We turned it on, and the picture quality was amazing. Michelle happily speculated as to what the set might bid for while we took our seats and filled out a payment card. When it came time for the bidding, everyone was so concerned with a Cord race car from before World War II that no one even competed with Michelle's lowball. At that point, even I was excited. The set came with a 4-poster bed and a wardrobe that later we would almost take out a doorway to get in. But for $150 total, it was worth it. I bought Marty the TV he had been ogling for $30 and tipped the guys who packed the stuff into my truck, not bothering to sit through the rest of the auction. We went home, packed our bongs, and called for some movers to get the absurdly heavy furniture in. They even managed to avoid scratching the wood floors and only chipped a little stucco off the ancient Spanish mission-style walls. At the end of the day, hours later, Marty had hooked up his old TV, and Michelle used some doodad to allow a more modern input. This allowed us to watch Michelle's favorite horror classic, a flick where a killer wearing a gold and black Venetian carnival mask and a business suit massacres a family. I took some breaks from the movie I didn't really like the first 20 times to admire the craftsmanship of my new furniture. Motifs of what looked like people in chains carrying fruits were barely noticeable below the massive bronze palm fronds sticking out of the elegant woodwork. It was a bit creepy looking, but I had always wanted a 4-poster bed, and this thing looked like it was expensive as hell. After smoking and laughing our way through the visual marvels of the Italian 1970s, Michelle and I crashed. That night, Michelle couldn't keep still for a second. She kept tossing and turning. When she finally woke, I was already awake and offered to get her a drink, but she burst into tears instead of responding directly. After a few minutes of sobbing, she explained that in her dream, the man in the gold and black mask was trying to kill her. Clearly a problem only a bowl of late-night ice cream could help with. Marty had fallen asleep on the couch while watching some cheesy sitcom from the late 70s, where everyone learned a valuable moral lesson at the end of every episode, and everyone had feathered hair, but the screen had since turned to snow. We decided not to wake him and instead enjoyed our ice cream in the kitchen with the admittedly catchy tune in the background while the computer attached to the TV cued the next episode. While we were washing the dishes, we heard a car pull up loudly in front of the house. Michelle wandered over to the front blinds and absent-mindedly peeked outside, probably expecting it to be our neighbor who is a prostitute coming home. She squeaked in alarm and covered her mouth, darting away from the window the second she had seen whatever was in the front lawn. She grabbed me and dragged me to the front door and pointed at the peephole. When I looked through, the man in the gold and black carnival mask was stepping out of a lowered bright turquoise marathon taxi, whose lights had just fallen dim. He stepped confidently down our front path with the gem-topped cane he used to impale an old woman in the movie. "Is everything cool?" Marty asked nervously after turning off the television, apparently awoken by our scurrying. Hold on. Should we call the cops, or is this a prank? Because if it's not a prank, we should call the cops," Michelle said, entirely within one rapid-fire breath. I looked through the peephole again, but the car and the killer in the mask were both suddenly gone. I rushed to the side of the house the path is closest to, but I didn't see anyone there or in the backyard, where we have motion-sensitive lights. I turned the lights in the front yard on and looked through the other side, but I didn't see any sign of the car or the killer in the mask. After a few hours, the sleepiness won, and we went back to the bedroom, trying to convince ourselves that it was just a hypnagogic hallucination or something. The next day when we woke up, Michelle was covered in sweat and shaking. She told me she had experienced another nightmare, again with the killer. We smoked an awful lot of pot, and I thanked God it was Sunday, so we didn't have to go to work on top of it all. After cleaning up the house and putting our unused furniture as well as the giant TV set away, we discussed whether or not what happened was real. Neither of us knew. We got out of the house and went to the Clematis area, where they had a small but well-attended farmer's market nearby. I began to plot out the ways that we could avoid going home, leading us to a trip to the Norton Art Gallery, where we almost ran over some Christians going to the creepy private university on the water. Michelle asked me if I thought there was anything wrong with the furniture, and I simply didn't know what to say. Eventually, we went home, watched a movie, and smoked more pot, this time on the laptop. I heard Marty laughing softly in his room over the theme to his favorite sitcom, and smiled to myself, hoping the events of the previous night were just a weird reaction to bad weed. I hoped the memory of it would go away just like the weird squeak in my car engine somehow did so, that I could go back to enjoying my new furniture, without worrying about it having been possessed, or something. Weeks passed by, and then months. Eventually, we forgot about the creep in the turquoise car, and I simply stopped thinking about it. Eventually, life moved on, in other ways as well. Michelle and I were getting pretty serious at the time, and I was thinking more about how to pop the question than whether or not I should. Finally, the day came where Marty got a legitimate promotion. He was going to be the data manager of a call center that did data input from a census. He was going to make enough to live on his own and even afford a car. We talked about it, and without directly addressing the issue, he mentioned that he had been looking into cheap efficiencies. Michelle was bouncing with joy when I finally brought up our talks of getting married and moving to Fort Pierce, to a place that was dirt cheap and right on the water. It may have been the best night of my life. A week or two later, and I noticed Marty had a beaten-up Ford Taurus in the driveway, so I congratulated him with a six-pack of good beers he had always loved. A few weeks after that, there were boxes in his bedroom and the living room when I came home, and I knew the day had come. That night, he told us he had finally found a place, and although he was already paid up on the rent, and we were just going month to month, he was ready to go. He was checking through his stuff when he got to that badass old TV from the auction. Seeing as it was likely his last night, we decided to fire the thing up and watch some movies. While Michelle went to pick up some Cuban sandwiches, Marty and I had a brief heart-to-heart where he told me he was actually terrified of being lonely again, like after his mother died. He had never had friends growing up, and he had been considering suicide when he moved in with me. Being mentally ill, he had a difficult enough time getting care, much less fitting in with society. I sympathized with him and told him how proud I was that he was moving on. Michelle came home. He dried his eyes, and we enjoyed a movie about a woman who was tricked into moving into a haunted castle, where she was hounded by a ghost in an ancient hoop skirt. We smoked, laughed, and talked about how the cost of rent had gotten too high in Palm Beach lately. When we went to sleep, I wondered briefly how the hell we would move my heavy furniture, seeing as it had strained the hell out of my truck previously. When I woke up, it was the dead of night, and Michelle was pulling at the sleeve of my t-shirt. I turned over to look at her face, and she was shaking and crying, covering her mouth so as to not make a sound. She pointed expectantly at the hallway beyond our bedroom doorway. I could see the old TV was still on, glaring snow, but as my eyes adjusted to the limited light, I saw something else. A tall, elegant-looking woman in a white dress stood in our living room. She was turned away from us, but I could see her hair was perfectly white, just like her hoop skirt dress. Aside from the splash of red with intestines hanging from her torso, there was no color to the woman at all. I don't know why I did what I did then, but I turned the table lamp in my room on and meekly said, "Hello?" I think I expected it to be a trick of the eyes, maybe Marty from an odd angle. The face that turned to me wasn't Marty. An old woman, skin as dry as parchment. Her head turned 180 degrees on her neck like a swivel, allowing me to see the perfectly white orbs of her eyes. Michelle moaned in terror, and the thing swept towards us, hovering gracefully over the ground as her hands outstretched in our direction. A horrific growl escaped her lips as her head corrected its direction, at which point I snapped out of it enough to get off the bed and slam the bedroom door closed. This was the moment where I regretted giving Marty the only bedroom with a window, simply because it didn't have its own bathroom. Michelle made a sound that was somewhere between the word no and a moan, while grabbing a baseball bat I kept near the bed to give to me. I locked the door a split second before the knob suddenly began rattling. As I ran from the door to get Michelle, I heard something hard scrape deliberately around the edges of the door before ripping angrily into the wood. It didn't sound like the thing was trying to smash the door as much as scratch rapidly through it. The thing rasped with rage as its long fingernails tore through the wood as easily as knives. Michelle began to whimper on the bed as I braced myself. First, some of the wood on our side chipped away. Then enough wood was ripped away to see the edges of the slender, razor-sharp fingernails attacking the door. Michelle began to call 911, something we probably should have done to begin with, when suddenly the assault stopped. It took a few seconds to work up the courage to look through the holes in the door, but when I did, I saw Marty at the end of the hall, near the living room, looking dumbfounded. Are you okay?" I asked, hoping to God this wasn't some kind of trap. "Yeah. Are you?" Marty seemed baffled that I asked him this question. "Yeah." I looked at Michelle, whose eyes were blurry and red as she put down her phone cautiously. "I turned off the TV. It disappeared then." Marty was about to go on, but he didn't seem to know what to say. After a few minutes of just sitting there, looking at the door that had almost been breached, I finally got up and went to the living room to talk to Marty. Michelle clung closely behind me. Marty was standing in front of the TV, staring at it, when it seemed to click in Michelle's head what had happened. "Holy shit, it's the fucking TV! You saved our fucking lives!" she exclaimed, cursing more than she normally did in a week. Marty smiled sheepishly before turning a concerned look over to the TV. He unplugged the jury-rigged jack from the back before backing away from it. Michelle began looking up hotels right away, clearly not interested in taking chances with that TV, even if it was on the curb. We contacted a realtor the next day, and she signed a lease while on her lunch break. She never slept in that house again, and just to be on the safe side, we sold the bedroom furniture too. I was pretty sad to see the house empty, but I was sure life would move on. I was even thinking about when would be the best time to get a first checkup beer with Marty. 4 days later, I stopped by the old house to get the last of my things. And when I opened the front door, the first thing I saw was that TV. Back in the now empty living room, blaring music. I almost slammed the door and said fuck it. But the music sounded powerfully familiar. I cautiously leaned to the side and sure enough, it was Marty's favorite 70s sitcom. I slowly put one foot after the other and looked around the room to make sure no demons were around before moving to pull the plug. Before I could, the main character, a man with feathered hair who worked at a Ford plant, began telling his son to be on his best behavior while meeting the new neighbor. I happened to take a risky glance at the screen, and that's when I saw him. There was no mistaking Marty, even though he was decades younger. His hair was jet black, and he wasn't nearly as fat as he shook Dan Carlisle's hand. Before I unplugged the thing, I saw him look into the camera, smile, and wink. "I can't wait to start my new life here," was the last thing I heard him say before the screen went black. I try and think about that every time I think about him. He deserved a happy life with cheesy morals and catchy theme songs. I know that no one will probably care, but this one is dedicated to my old roommate. He was a great, if misunderstood guy, and I miss him a lot some days.